correctly. It's because I'm in studio mode. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. It's TBL night. It's a Wednesday. It's TBL number 58. I got my boy Lucas.
Crap. How did I get roped into this?
I have no idea, but you're here. Well, look who it is. That's right. It's Ray Ivory. He's participating tonight. Hanser, if only you were playing, you'd get to lay the whooping. The whooping on a Ray. The one night he decided to show up. That's right. Ray's making a comeback, y'all.
Who?
That guy, exactly. It's been so long we forgot who he was. Ooh, a Superman countdown. Better be some fire suits, so they look pretty good. Damn, that's more money spent. We go 4 rounds, I'll be looking at 4 hours of sleep. Nah, it's only looking like 3 rounds because we're under 9 people. I think once we hit 9 people, it's 8. It's 4 rounds. But
I don't know, you met the rules here.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Something to that fashion, mate.
You fucking what?
I fucking what? What was that? Would you like a cup of tea, Lucas?
No.
Fancy we hit the loo. What is it? Hit the loo.
I knew this was a bad idea. I'm just gonna go now.
I can show you around the town. Also, when are you doing the points calc? Oh yeah, I totally forgot that was a thing. I'm not gonna hold you. Series TBL, or did I hide it? Nope, it's still here. Update ranking. There you go. It's updated now.
I just turn most weeks. I just turn up and give vague answers to ruling questions, or remind people. By the way, it's time on round.
I was actually playing in a different tourney, then they didn't fire off. What a shame.
Oh, I see. So we're not good enough for you now.
I know, right? That's what happened. We stopped streaming.
Yeah.
We stopped running tournaments. Everybody said, fuck these DGU peeps. They went and they started playing in other tournaments. Then we started to back up. They were like, fuck you. You guys abandoned us. We're never participating again.
Such a lack of loyalty.
That's what I'm saying, bro. The Marvel DC talk show? Nah, not with Lucas here tonight. We're going to stay on track.
Wink. I could, but I'm not going to.
My boy runs that 20. Oh.
Dropping those excuses.
What tourney is it, Ray? Careful, Barney. He'll force feed you tea off stream.
I'm not going to waste good tea.
Yeah, coach, 1 sec here. Hold on. There you go. Oh my gosh, it's a random Brit. That's right.
Yeah.
DCC, Digimon Competitive? Is that what they're called? Digimon Competitive something. I recall hearing Dan was forced to play tonight, but he seems oddly MIA. Yeah, I won't divulge his personal situation, but yes.
Dan can't be here. That's the only bit that matters. We're currently experiencing technical difficulties.
Digimon competitive community. There we go. Knew it sounded familiar. He got scared of our match, obviously. I am just waiting on a deck list. Oh, look, we got a late register. Sean John. Okay, Sean John. I'm waiting on a deck list, and I'm waiting on a payment before we fire off.
Cool. So is there any deck strokes you're hoping to see this week, Varney?
Examon. But nobody, I know nobody's going to be playing Examon. Instead, you get DGU Gino, that lovable scamp. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the new Examon support?
a sec.
Ooh,
Hold on. Let me sort out all this admin shit here. Hold on.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got to do the paperwork, pushing buttons, yelling at people.
Gosh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was something important, but it's just a Gamamon card.
I could have played Xmon if I knew you wanted it, Varney. Oh, Ray. No, you should be playing Gallantmon and nothing else, sir. As a matter of fact, if you're not playing Gallantmon, I'm going to be heavily disappointed, Ray. All right. Sean, John, need a deck list.
I mean, the new Battle Gamamon is basically the most like milquetoast, generic. We've seen it for every other deck. It's about time Gamamon got one card.
Can I just say, every time we get Gamamon support, I like throw up a little bit in my mouth. I don't think I've ever hated
it could be
Digimon so much.
It could be worse. It could be Jellymon.
I like Jellymon though. That's the problem. I actually like
Why
Jellymon,
do you like Jellymon?
I just hate Gamamon because it's so like how Dan feels about Rocks is how I feel about Gamamon. It's so trash, and everybody tries to make it good because he's a protagonist, but he's just fucking trash, bro. Trash.
I mean, that's the entirety of Ghost Game, though, isn't it?
The whole series is trash, yes. But you know what? At least Jellymon's not trash like Gamamon is. Hell, even Angoramon. I like Jellymon and Angoramon better than Gamamon.
Gamamon is just trying to be too much at once. I think is the best way to describe the deck.
That's a fact.
And
Wait,
now,
rocks
of course,
are
you've
good,
got...
Nani. Not according to Daniel.
Notice how he isn't here to defend his takes.
Yeah. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on Venmo, 6, 7, 2. Yeah. Don't you hate when you just lose your mouse on the fucking screen?
No, because I've got mine set to be inverted, so I can always spot it.
Oh. I should make my mouse big as fuck.
Careful, you make it sound like you're getting old.
I am.
You're younger than me. Don't feel it some days, but hey. Yeah, you can make it so your mouse automatically is the inverted colors of whatever else you've got on screen. That way it's always contrasted versus what you're putting over, so you can easily spot it.
That's a Windows setting, I presume?
Yeah. I'm not talking like inverted mouse controls. No, I'm not that amount of sacrilege. Jesus. Fuck you, coach.
Ah, yeah, that's beautiful. I'm still going to use the big mouse pointer anyway. Barney, have you ever shuffled up Gamma? No, I hate that deck with the passion of 1,000 suns. Sorry, not the deck. I actually don't hate the deck. I just hate the Digimon. I bricked up with Gamamon. Is that close enough? The one thing I like about Mac is if you shake the mouse. Yeah, I do like that about Mac a lot. With Windows, they got the control. You can hit control to like hone in on the mouse, but I got I got 5 screens to keep track of my mouse across. it just sometimes disappears, and I need to find it. Ansem, what's up? Hello. Gamamon is Varney's rat. That's a fact. That's a certified fact. Gamamon is my equivalent of a rat. All right, cool. Deck list there. Cool. And then just waiting on payments. I'll just grab payments later because we have deck lists. Let's get this tournament started.
Cool. Let's go. Farney working for Big Roomba. Now, has everyone sorted out all their what they're going to be ordering for 2.5 and all that jazz? Because I have no idea what I need. I ain't got money for a case. Obviously, need the Sakuyamon stuff, need the Gallantmon stuff because Gallantmon's the boy. Some of the Axel stuff because someone wants to make a D Brigade Chaosmon deck. What else? There's nothing. No. I think that's about it all I'm after at the moment, quite specifically.
There we go. Got that. Just need that. One more thing. Yeah, here we go. Put it here. Where the
Next, I need to make sure I've got all the copies of some of the promo aces. Make sure I've got all the copies of Tsukuyamon Maid Mode, of Megidramon. It looks like we might be getting some more Megidramon support soon. This whole new Geomon 9 and BT21. Just waiting for that Megidra X.
Alright, what table are we gonna check out? We've got that. We've got that. Okay. Ray and Stern. Coach and Gino. Giro. Ooh. Alright, table 4, let's go.
Oh, cool. Table 4, table 4, table 4, table 4.
It'd help if I click. Why don't you watch stuff? What? Watch it. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Are you okay?
Yes, children. Pain in my ass.
I mean, they're your children.
Yeah.
When it comes to being a pain in their ass, they must be a lot like their dad then.
What a knee slapper.
Right, so we're just waiting for someone to actually turn up.
Yeah. I know
Okay.
he's hanging around. He's in a YouTube chat over there and some.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, the ace. Because I need to make sure I get all copies of it. Yeah. Right.
I'm going to remove this song from the playlist. Accuracy across glacier. Yeah.
Still in ad break.
I'm getting apartment.com ads. Thanks, Twitch, but I own my home. They said, yeah, we know. That's why. We know how tough home ownership can be. Honestly, sometimes I am glad I don't own a home. There are times that I'd wish I'd rather, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm okay with renting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm living in one of the most expensive areas outside of like the capital to live, so woo!
Oh gosh, always the best. Alrighty.
Our break's nearly over.
we are waiting for our players to get set up. In the meantime, let me tell you all about something really cool. If you type exclamation point slots, you can go to the casino and see if you can get some money, or you can type exclamation point roulette and you can play the game
Nothing
of
happens.
roulette there. 1 second. It's because I'm on I think it's at least a 10-second cooldown.
Okay.
Damn, he slots all and he lost. Okay, maybe roulette doesn't work. I don't remember. There's another one I did. I can't remember. Oh, no, that's what it is. You have to type exclamation point roulette and then the amount you want to bet. Yeah, we won 100. Let's go. And then...
Right, so what we up against here?
I think that's all we have. Wow. Where's my dude playing from?
That camera is...
I probably would say we'll go to another table because I don't know if...
We got...
Depending on where he's from, I don't know if we leave, if it'll be better quality.
We go spy on Coach and Gino, or...
Yeah, we can go do that.
Ray, now he's actually back. Right, there we go. Oh god, I immediately regret my decision.
And here we go. Man, y'all some big baller gamblers, ain't ya? They said we're taking it all to the slots. We also have a nice
rapid into rapid.
8-ball. Will Coach eke out another win this week?
Into rapid X.
Don't count on it. Your opponent may have a powerful Digimon in their hands. Switch the match to Ray. Okay. I got you. There you go.
Right now, it's Gallantmon versus Gallantmon.
Yes, sir. Everybody loves their Gallant boy.
I mean, yes, he is one of the best Digimon.
We've seen Fenry enough for the last year anyway.
Okay, so it looks like we've got the full X stack here. Slot in proto form. What are they going into? Well, I'm guessing it's Wargrowl X. Oh no, it's X antibody, not proto form. I can read. X antibody going into Wargrowl. Wargrowl effect gains protections.
Alright, I'll peel through this later. I think we're all set up and good to go.
Passes the turn on 4. Oof, that feels dangerous. Gain a memory from Takato.
Takato, man.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be very much the same thing for a lot of people. It's the Gallantmon is currently what, the new hotness, really?
Pretty much. That's why I don't want to play in the Ultimate Cup this weekend. Literally the only thing, because I want to play Gallantmon. Don't feel like playing against this shit. Every morning has not become, will I get to see more Galactic support? I hate the way they do their reveals, man. Give me a whole line so I can be excited. Not this one-off shit.
Why with every single other hero tamer did we see hero tamer rookie, but with Takato we saw Takato and Growlmon? What are they hiding with that Gearmon?
Yeah, man, I don't know.
Okay, goes into swing, check. It lives. Okay, the questions of what they could make the Galactic support is a large topic of discussion for my household. Mrs. is a massive Digimon World 2003 fan.
Prayed for a new Vemon and got it after mulling over it. It's actually better than I thought. Well, of course it is. It's it decreases. No, it's the trash a card, return a card, right?
Yeah, it's the only way to get outside of scrambles. The only way to get Snatchmons back out of trash.
Yeah. It lets you play a really liberal game, especially with the old Vemons. Like now you could probably, like before it was crazy to try to get away with the 4 Destromon promo and only those. Now you can probably do that without too much of a problem.
It's still risky. I'm not sold on the egg personally.
I think the egg, it's meta dependent. It's especially depending on what the new Galactic looks like. If the new Galactic, considering that it's an ace, Megidramon Ace, that's 11k. I think the biggest ace we have is probably Zafaga Ace, in terms of a level 6, I should say. Let me look it up here. Yeah, the biggest ace we have is Zafaga Ace, which is a 13k, 8 play cost. So if Galacticmon comes out as an ace, it would follow the same stat line with being probably a play cost 9, 14k, 6 cost to Digivolve.
Going into the Gallon X effect, blah, 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 blah.
Oh yeah, you can play Pride Memory Boost. That's a good comeback card.
I'm waiting to see what else we get because we may see an archetypal delay option.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
I would love to see an archetypal delay option with name treated as Fusionize.
That'd be pretty cool.
Otherwise, at that point, yeah, the BT11 support goes from being useful to even worse. Because the more cards you put in that aren't named after what it can search, it's just going to end up bricking you more and more as the cards you're after get put to bottom deck.
Right. All right, I'll do this work tomorrow.
Oh, we swing, we delete the Gearmon that was paid out by effect. This is 2 checks. The one of Calamon. Is that the new Calamon or the old Calamon? That's the new Calamon, isn't it?
Nope, that's the old Calamon.
That's the old one, yeah.
Probably more useful because it reduces its play cost, so you can play down for 1.
You can play it down for 1. You can... If you play it down for 1 and you digivolve, you immediately get that 1 memory back, so you're just drawing an extra... Or drawing a card to replace it and getting a DP buff. Right. So if it actually lives a turn, it just becomes pure value.
Damn. Ray said, I'm in control. There's really not much going on for Sturm here. No, there's a Takato, and I think it's 2 Takatos sitting in the back there, and that's probably about it.
Oh, are we warping?
Potentially biomerge, yep.
Are we biomerging or are we warping? We're going to warp, not biomerge.
This is going to be able to pop the Gallantmon. Well, actually, yeah, no, it pops that Guillamon. It doesn't pop the Gallant. That's actually a travesty.
Has he got Kato out that lets him to blitz?
No.
Oh, he's got the raid.
Sorry.
The raid may attack one.
No, you're right. That is the blitz one.
Oh, it's blitz one, yeah. And then clears the board. And then goes in for a check.
Wow. And like that, Gallantmon with the comeback. He said,
I'm with the comeback to the comeback to the comeback.
Gallantmon with the comeback to the comeback. Can Gallantmon make a comeback against the comeback that just happened? Let's find out.
It is one of those decks that the amount of just Oh yeah, by the way, whoops, you've cleared my board. Let me just rebuild it. Tools it has.
It's good. It's what it was missing before. It's crazy.
You've got the fact that you've lost Black Wargrowl. Oh no, what a shame.
Some people still play it. Me personally, I'm more of a fan of using my Growl X for consistency, but I totally understand why people still play the Black Growl.
I can see why, but the more stuff we get, the more good Growlmons we get over Black Growl. Black Growl kind of becomes a bit of a redundancy where it's anti-synergistic with your Biomerges, with your X line, and all this sort of stuff. Oh, we've played out the Rush Geo. Oh, we forgot the game memory. Yeah. Next to the fact that what Gallants you've got, you've got BT13 Gallant as a comeback card. You've got these I think one of the few cards from a single digit starter deck that still sees routine play.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other cards from the starter decks that actually still see like the really not really over the earlier starter decks that still sees play.
The starter deck Growlmon, or were you talking about the Guillemon? You were talking about one of those.
The Guillemon, but the Growlmon does sometimes see.
That's the best. It's the best last Growlmon you put in deck. If you're like, I can't play any more of the good Gallantmons, I can't play any more of the good Growlmons. Is there another one to play? You typically put that one in, and that's about it. I do like old Gallantmon a lot, but it's outdated by the BT17 Gallantmon.
BT17 Gallant is the same cost. Most of the time nowadays, you're going to be going into Gallant X straight away, which means the +1 security attack isn't that worth it.
Yep,
and
exactly.
The fact that the other ones are when digivolving when attacking means you're more likely to get the extra DP bonus, which is what you're really after.
Exactly.
Can you tell I've played Gallantmon a lot?
Trying to think of the other cards. I mean, I guess if you wanted to get spicy, you could play what's it called? The 1-cost option, Lightning Joust.
Where are you finding space for it?
I don't ask me. I'm just saying, if you want to get another sec +1 in there, Lightning Joust is still a card.
You've already got if you're not running the BT12 Wargrowl, you're running the BT17 one that if it doesn't delete gives you sec +1. Wargrowl X gives you sec +1. You've got enough security trashing on top of that plus you're going to want your scrambles, your trainings, your tamers. If you want to put in your medieval gallants in as extra as well, because medieval gallant is technically in archetype for you, so you can search it off of all your cards.
You're right.
The amount of times I've gone, well, I haven't drawn on the sim, I haven't drawn a Gallantmon or a Gallant X. I'm just going to go into medieval gallant on top of my main stack. Which means I get all of the DP threshold increases from my main stack on medieval gallant.
It means this boy beefy.
Yeah, I don't think I actually like that Panzer. I don't know if I like it being the canonical egg for the Vem Online now. Because the only previous canon egg for the Vem Online we saw was Balmon, technically. Because Vemon was one of the bonuses on the Fenrir, the Lugamon dim card. So he was the adventure line, as it were, the go out and do stuff line.
Not Mr. B, what's up, hello, and welcome in. We got the Gallant Mirror facing off.
No matter what happens, the best boy wins.
Best boy does win. I'm happy to see another red deck out here doing things because, man, it's been a minute. There's that starter deck Growlmon.
I mean, what you've got? There's some sort of like red decks on the periphery, like you've got your birds or your red hybrid, and that's about it, really.
No discount to them. They do their thing. I want to see or we're seeing it now, red deck like predominantly in the meta, not just like, oh yeah, here's all these other decks like purple and blue and yellow. Where the blue decks at? Blues had their time. Also guapo. Go back to your cell.
Yeah, I mean the thing that makes Gallant X so strong is probably the blue aspect of the card being the unsuspend, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean,
the swing to the swing 2 checks, unsuspend, end of attack, gain memory, either swing again, or if I'm feeling spicy, just go straight into the crimson mode for game.
that is a whole fact.
We don't talk about those, Panther.
It's funny, for as good a deck as Imperial is, I wonder why not many people are playing it, because when I did my snapshot, there's just nobody's playing the deck.
Also, props this person for rocking the Usagi draws,
Gallamon sleeves.
Gallamon sleeves.
Yeah, I love those.
I can't say much. I've got the Usagi draws Gallamon playmat, sleeves, deck box. Because, well, why wouldn't you? Oh yeah, I'm just so happy about Panzer. I'm so happy we are seeing more of the more like niche, but really like they've got a fan base and they are needed in design space in the card game cards starting to be added in. We're seeing stuff like Gigaseedra, we're seeing stuff like Botamon is like finally he's relatively the whole Witchenly stuff. Like Witchenly's entire like lore is interesting. So it's interesting to see how they've kind of transferred that into the card game.
Right.
Right, what's going on here? Someone's just had all of their stuff deleted, so it's a matter of who. Oh, and it's the hard drop, the crimson mode to clear the board. Well, not quite clear the board, but delete everything of importance. Sometimes you just need that crimson mode to be the equivalent of a Gaia Force.
That's a whole fact. And it does its purpose, and it does it well.
I mean, are there any Digimon that we haven't seen in the card game yet that you want to be put into the card game?
Is that a question for me or for Panzer?
Everyone.
See, I don't know Digimon all that well because apparently I'm a fake Digimon fan. So,
I mean, yeah.
More Lilithmon support.
I mean, you can't be as bad as Dan, Mr. BT20 set review. Oh yeah, here's Crabmon X because they've got nothing else better to give us, despite the fact that Betamon X exists.
Yeah, that's right. Trash talk Dan while he's not here.
Exactly.
Get it all in now. 3-minute agile. We'll ponder the question. It's a perfect 3 minutes to ponder.
Exactly.
I'm still waiting for us to get the rest of the
Ooh.
armor forms. Yeah.
There's a
What do we still
lot
have?
of them.
Did we get the Lydramon yet? Oh,
Yes.
well. I know you mean like the Vmon armor forms we haven't gotten. But was the Lydramon revealed? I don't remember.
Yes. We've got
Okay.
a new Lydramon and a new Flame Dramon from
I don't
like
remember what the fuck.
yesterday.
I know what the Flame Dramon does. I don't remember what the Lydramon. I didn't look at this.
The Lydramon is a
Suspend.
flat upgrade. A flat upgrade
yeah.
on its like BT8 counterpart that literally includes the effect of the option it got in its like special move option as its when digivolving effect.
And they can actually digivolve over a Wormmon. Damn. Rip to that old art. Lydramon swinging 10k into you. It's pretty tough.
And the fact is the suspend is no longer level locked, unlike the last one. The last one's, oh yeah, when digivolving suspend a level 4 or lower. I'm like, okay. Right. Now what? Well, this is just a no, suspend something. The entire Hyokomon line. That rings a bell, but I can't place it. Is that the new bunny we got? No. Oh, that's the... Oh, that one. Yeah. From Lost Evolution. I mean, this is just basically one big slugfest of I delete your thing, your turn, fine. I digivolve up. I delete your thing, your turn.
Thus is the nature of the delete machine that is Gallantmon. Or Jamon. Oinkmon, because snout.
I mean, surely we should actually, instead of seeing Oinkmon, we should see a Snatchmon with an effect that turns the opponent's Tamers into Oinkmon.
Oink, oink. Ulforce? No, Cliff. No Ulforce for you. They said Ulforce is going to sit in the perpetuary of being mid. Nah, but with Cyber Sleuth coming out in... Is that BT22? That's the next set, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. I've lost track of... I know we're getting a Cyber Sleuth themed set. I can't remember what's being what and what and what and what.
Yeah, they only announced the next 2 immediate sets. So it was EX9, yeah, versus Monsters, and then BT22 something Eden. They didn't give us what the other sets are, but yeah, I didn't realize it was that close. That should be coming out in like, I guess June? May, June? Wow.
Yeah, because we've got...
It's closer than you think, Cliff.
Because at the moment, what? We've got the starter decks. We've got the starter deck reveals. The
EX10 brought to B-Day present. Myself a case of that set. Is that the villain set? Oh, so it's the next 3 sets. That's right. June for EX9, July for BT22. Oh, they're really going to ride out. Really gonna ride out RSB 2.5 for the next 4 months, huh?
I mean,
that's a long.
You gotta
wait.
have, yeah.
I can't wait to. I can't wait for the. Oh my goodness! Why is it such a long format? People complaining on Facebook.
Don't worry, we should get a ban this soon that does something.
Praying. Start buying your Black War Gray ults now. Yeah, they might, but you know they're just gonna release a new Black War Gray. I'd love to get my hands though on the champion art because I think that art is just fire, regardless of if
are we gonna get like what style of Black War Gray are we going to be getting though? Is it just going to be the Virus Greymon line? Is it going to be some weird jank deck where it's his O2 representation?
I would assume O2 representation because they said it's specifically. The anime villains. Now that being said, he didn't have a line, but
No, he didn't. He just kind of spawned out of this pile of Dark Spires. So we're going to get some weird Dark Spire control deck that's big finisher as Black War Greymon.
I mean, I would fucking love that. I think that would be cool. But I also do
Like-
want them to get a line.
Yeah.
EX10 could also be a cope for APOC retrain. I feel like they will give APOC a retrain. If I was to make an
It would
early,
be stupid
uneducated
not
guess,
to.
absolutely. I 110% agree with that take. Like, there's just no way you're going to release a villain set. You're not going to give us an APOC retrain. You're not going to give us, what else? It's every anime villain, right? So that should be new Belphemon.
Okay, so starting from the back going forward, potentially new Myotis support, but probably not God of Space. But you say you're going to see probably APOC.
So who's the major villains? So yeah, APOC,
Black or Grey
Black
/ Mallow Myotis.
Yeah, I would say Mallow more than Black or Gray.
Yeah.
But if he's gonna be in the set, then definitely, I mean, that's gonna be part of it. I would assume that they just cross the support between Mallow and Venom. It would make sense.
It's about time. We need to see like stuff because most of those were just Myotis in name, or they were like this sort of thing.
Right, exactly.
And
then so we technically, yeah, D Reaper should be there. Devas, maybe a Fanglong X or a Fanglong Ruin mode, I think. Maybe.
I mean, Fanglong Ruin mode didn't actually appear in any of the animes. He only appeared in Survive. So they probably won't.
It didn't, but they could use it as a leg for it. Just saying.
So we've
Myotis
seen that
was the
Myotis
villain
is
of Adventure.
We have seen that there's some sort of Myotis stuff spoiled due to the whole Myotis and Kyrie thing we saw ages ago.
They're not giving us a Survive set. Who are you kidding?
We haven't got a world set much yet. The Survive set.
Time for the big Death Stars. Neo Myotis, Dorbic, Splashmon. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these. Well, except Dorbic. Oh, from Fusion, that's why.
Unsuspend. Right, this should just be probably... Oh, no, got no Blitz on field, so we can't just Crimson Mode for game, but we are gaining memory.
Crimson no Modu.
Might just be a swing, drop, rush Geo if you've got it in hand.
Olegmon Pirate deck.
I mean, I think Oguda, blah, 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 blah. That guy X probably is a bit too soon.
Okudo.
Yeah. But then again, we have seen in some sets where literally you see the base form one set and then the X form the next set.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they was the way Panzer, the way you feel about Okudo X is the way I feel about Examon X. How do we do this? So hard to go into an X form that plays off the current Okudo. I mean, it's not, right? Because Okudo X can just say trash when your Okudomon is played. This Digimon may digivolve without paying the cost. Yeah,
Hero, I agree.
You know what it could do? Some real stupid shit. It could be like trash the top like 10 cards in your deck and then slot I don't know. It could be some stupid shit like that. Okudo X just makes your opponent even deader. Yeah. Trash, trash end of turn, trash top 4 cards of your deck. Some stupid shit like that. There's room for exploration. Several of the armor forms have X antibodies, really?
Yeah, you've got stuff like Pegasusmon X, Nefertimon X.
Why? That's the real question. Why?
Because why not?
Why were they running around in the digital world?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Diaboromon X wielding the 7 Great Demon Swords. waiting room. Diaboromon X is one
Um,
I can't wait to see. Barney, why? No, seriously though, why?
why not?
It's a fucking it's a fucking armor form. Why did it get an X antibody? Are they not supposed to not live outside of being a fucking armor form?
Yes and no. I would give you the full information on why the armor forms have X antibody forms, but I don't know that personally. I don't feel like disturbing my walking encyclopedia at the moment.
No, you know what I really want? That's what. Craniumon X. That's what I want. I want that nothing more than anything else. I want a good Craniumon blocker. Like, if I were to ever go back to being a control player, it would be with Craniumon. I guess that's why I kind of like Magnumon, because it was the closest I could get to Craniumon. It was black, blocker, unaffected. But I want
Whereas I'm just here waiting for my Megidra X.
Crania X does look freaking like something out of like Elden Ring. Good.
And I was gonna say some of the X forms. Dear God, they look good. It's just gonna be. I mean, you've also got stuff like you've got Crani X, you've got Examon X, two really good X forms that I want to see how they're going to implement them in the card game. Is you've got a Fanimon X and a Fanimon Full Down Mode X.
Really?
Yeah. Both of the Fanny's forms have X's.
Huh. A form of Ophanimon that was so angry that it suppressed its own emotions and fell into madness. It swelled with anger at the world, where atrocious sins keep mounting no matter how many times they are purged, and it closed off its heart. In order to nip the evil in the bud, it hunts whichever Digimon it has judged to have become a barrier to justice, and tries to establish a world of what it recognizes as justice. Its special move is hunting down the opponent with its Flame Hell Scythe, which is shrouded in flames that serve as a weapon, then plunging the hunted soul into hell with hellfire. Also, it has the Demon's Crystal, summoning technique which keeps tormenting them until they die.
That's just the base lore for Fanimon.
Why the fuck did they put that on the fucking X antibody page? That's dumb.
Oh, because most of the time it's the X you get, then you have the base blurb for the one, and then it goes, then augmented by the X antibody form, it gets this at the bottom.
It's literally, I guess behead slashers? No.
Hang on a minute, let me do
the effect on... Yeah, what the hell does this even mean? The effect on Ophanimon's Digicore due to the X antibody? I don't even know what that's referring to.
That's it being... That's the So the Digicore is basically the DNA / also soul of a Digimon, and the X antibody modifies that, which is what results in X antibody forms looking so different and having new abilities.
Gotcha. Oh shit, this Digivolves to Barbamon X and Lilith X? From what lore? Digimon Monster X version 2? Oh, see now, this is what I'm talking about. Give me an Ophanimon that can play... Ooh, I should pick up some Ophanis to go in my Lilith deck. Yeah. I don't have any yellow, though. I won't be able to recover.
I mean, Ophani is basically the counterpoint to Lilith. In every single game and all that sort of stuff, they're always depicted as being adversarial.
Digicore is the gooey, nuggety center of every Digimon.
I mean, yes, there are a few Digimon that have really weird Digicores. Like, you've got Chaosmon's Digicore shouldn't exist.
No, I'm just hugging.
And is just
Ben Jacobs from YouTube. What's up, yo?
Or you've got Ragnar Lord, who normally when two Digimon DNA, their Digicores combined and create a brand new Digicore. When Ragnarlord DNAs, they create a brand new Digicore that's completely unrelated to the two things that are DNAing into it, because they're actually making the Digicore of what they think would be their perfect wielder.
So, as an aside, who said it here? Wonder if we'll get an Olympus 12 set to go along with the game. I feel like we will.
I hope so.
Considering that BT22 is legit called Cyber Eden, I think they're going to focus on Cyber Sleuth. We didn't get any news on what BT23 will be. I presume that it actually depends on when the game drops. I know they just said 2025, but I would presume that it's not dropping until later in the year, at least in like the summertime, based on what we've seen from gameplay and the announcements that they have coming up. Let's switch here real quick. So yeah. I would assume that BT23, which comes out in October, would potentially be our Time Stranger set.
Sabers?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to like, with certain Digimon don't have their signature move as cards yet, or we've got signature moves for Digimon that do not reflect the effect in lore at all. Looking at you, OS generics for Jesmon GX. That effect should literally be like your opponent's Digimon loses like when attacking, trash your opponent's security equal to this Digimon security attack. Ooh. Is what the Jesmon GX get, because the whole point of OS generics is it makes something that literally is impossible to touch touchable.
That's a crazy keyword that I can totally see them coming out with. Like, I don't know what the equivalent would be, but I'm sure there's some cool keyword that they would have. Instead of performing this Digimon security checks, it trashes the amount of security modifier it has plus, which would be crazy.
Because it should be something along those. One of your opponent's Digimon loses all effects, and then if you control a Jesmon GX, it gains when attacking trash your opponent's security, and then it may like when attacking trash your opponent's security. It's like there are so many like cards from the older sets that would be really cool as options, but nowadays, they're just, due to it being older sets, they do not match the power level that those moves have in the lore.
Right.
Which we are seeing more like post BT8. We're seeing it with stuff like because that was when we first started seeing stuff like Chaos Dag, Mega Death, Giga Death. These were big signature moves that got proper ideas of how they worked from the lore implemented into their effects.
Panzer, I do like that a lot. Something to let you. I do like that idea a lot. There's so many cool. Hold on, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Oh, we're on an ad break. This is the ad break noise. I know. So yes, what are we watching here? We're watching Deep Savers versus Garen. Oh, it's a judge call, probably time on round or other such shenanigans.
Y'all got 3 minutes left before it's time, so you got a total of about
bearings. Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I like the idea of that, and it's one thing I love about Digimon, that beyond Bandai killing my competitive interest in the game, will always keep me interested in playing it fun and casually, is because the effects that this game can do. I mean, I'm a big computer nerd. The things that like play like just Digimon mechanics are just fucking awesome.
But I still find it funny, like some people you point out to them, you realize that the reason why every single Digimon ends in Mon is because it's the file extension.
That's cute.
Because as you say, everything in Digimon is designed around being some sort of computer aspect or coding aspect.
Right. Agu.mon. Ein Billion should be pick up your opponent's deck and throw it against the wall. Then if you won the first game, win the match. Buys my boy Leopard X be great. Oh boy. Everything is digital except the card game. Hey, for what it's worth, I'm not getting my hopes up because I've learned, but Bandai did say that they're announcing a new TCG project at Digimon Con. Now, that could mean we get a digital client. It could also mean that we get a another sort of web comic novel, something. It could mean we get an anime. But it's something relating to the card game, which is pretty cool. I've learned not to get my hopes up.
I kind of hope the response we've seen to stuff like Liberators leads them to actually making a Digimon card game anime. Because one, Digimon needs another anime. We cannot have the last Digimon anime be Ghost Game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think a card game anime would go hard. I just don't think they have enough story for one yet.
Yeah.
Oh, let me call time.
Oh, yeah. Put a bit of a... Yeah, I mean, Ghost Game's ending was... Ghost Game's ending was like Ghost Game's story. Barely there, and when it was there, you kind of wish it wasn't.
And that is your time, Paul. You have 5 minutes or 3 turns.
I mean, it'd be nice. Going all in on Liberators would do something. They've kind of been... It seems to be... The Liberators is missing one extra piece of content.
Yeah, it's called... They really went... Like, all right, so let me put it this way, right? When they said it was going to be coming out bi-weekly, I hated that. I think this series should have been a weekly series. But I said, okay, at least if they're giving it to us bi-weekly, that means we get 2 chapters a month. No, we get 1 chapter a month, which is insanity. The story feels... That's why it feels so bare bones, because the story's been going on for a year because we've been getting 1 chapter a month. And there's just not a lot of progression over the course of what is essentially, I think 10 chapters? The novels don't add too much either, because each novel chapter spent time introducing a new character. And it's only now that we're kind of getting... I haven't read the latest chapter, so I don't remember. The last one I remember reading was with Suzune. So, like, it really is bare bones. There's, like, nothing there. If they were to make a Liberator anime, they better have something more up their sleeves in terms of a storyboard, because there quite literally isn't anything. They have what is at best I would say at best a 12 episode season 1. That's it. That's what they got.
I mean, let's be honest, the concept of what they could be doing with Liberators is more interesting than the actual story of Liberators at the moment.
Yes, agreed. I mean, I like, for the most part, where it went, but it also just felt like it was kind of rushed. I think if they go with the anime, what they could really hinge on is, like, going... Okay, I take it back. In terms of story content, yeah, it's like 12 episodes, but I forget that, like, you can really pan out a battle to last for... A standard battle to last for an episode. And then the big climactic battles that would last like 2 to 3 episodes. So they could stretch it out as I think about it.
Yeah, we're not going like Yu-Gi-Oh! The original anime, or like like base Dragon Ball Z, not even Kai here, where it's the Yeah, we're gonna have this. We're gonna have a 40-turn duel between one person. They get one person. They drop out. Another person takes over their place, and everyone should have decked out approximately like 10 turns ago.
Yep.
But due to anime logic, they haven't yet.
Yep. All right, there we go. All right, Panzer, I'll give you 2 minutes before I pair off the next round.
Right, I will be right back quickly because I'm going to go grab a drink.
Yes,
So
sir.
I finish my current one.
This was if I arm. I think I gotta time this 46. It's 404 804. There we go. Why am I getting 2 minutes? Because you wanted more time in between rounds. I'm giving 3 minutes actually. 804. Now you get to see me dance to music.
Do I want to know what's going on?
I'm dancing to the music. True, but give it to the players, not me. Oh, that's
okay,
right. I forgot you're not playing. I'm hungry. What am I gonna eat?
I don't know. Food, probably.
Yeah, but what? That's the question, man. What am I gonna eat?
What you feeling?
Honestly, I want a nice burger. I'll be sleeping soon. This is the latest I've stayed up on a work night these past weeks. I had Burger King. I wish, I have a love-hate relationship with Burger King because I really like the idea of the food that they make, but I hate almost every Burger King's execution of it that I've been to, which is a shame.
I mean, I've got a pretty decent one near to me, so I'm happy.
Good for you. I wish
it was always nice when you go into there and the onion rings are actually fresh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Beef and broccoli, that does sound good. I did see your DM about your rubies. Easy, remove their onions. No, I wish it was that simple. It's the bread, bro. It's the bread. The bread is so trash. The bread is ass. The bread always tastes stale. It pisses me off. It really does. Dear Bandai, I plead that you don't make All Force Blue Yellow. I don't want to buy Patamons and stamped emissaries. Oh boy.
Okay, here's the plot twist. Don't play it like actually just tribal. Don't put Palamons into it.
But the Patamons...
Be the bigger man. Don't just put in the annoying optimal bullshit card that will probably whiff on all your searches and won't work right.
All right, this versus this. That should be a good matchup. Sean versus Gino. All right, let's go check out table 2. We're going to put Ray on the hot table again. The best Burger King I had is when they had the Spider-Man burger. What the fuck? That sounds like a long time ago. Beyblade, Beyblade, Beyblade. Let it rip. That's what we should start doing. We should start hosting tournaments. Yeah, Beyblade tournaments.
Webcam Beyblade tournaments.
Webcam Beyblade tournaments. I feel like that they did that someone recently. I don't think it was that long ago. I don't remember that in the slightest bit. I'm not gonna hold you. Yo, so apparently, according to some leaks, the Switch 2 might have a second screen as an accessory. If we get a Switch that doubles as a DS, I'm a fucking child again. What can I say?
When did you stop?
This guy. This guy, huh? It seems like a DS with extra steps. It is exactly a DS with extra steps, but it's a portable console dockable DS.
And it's also Nintendo have stopped supporting the DS. So.
It's your posture check, Darian.
I just did it, so.
I remember coming home from the service, hanging with a friend, going to BK, hoping to get chicken fries for the first time in years, and they didn't serve them anymore. Bro, that was also travesty. They had chicken fries. They were amazing. They took them away. They brought them back, and they've been fucking doggy doo-doo since. All right, let's pop over to this table, and I will be back. Lucas will be your host.
So, table two.
Table 2.
Let's see what's going on here. Yep, Varney's disappearing to do things, and didn't even mute his mic. What a bit. I mean, this Panzer is why we. No way, Soul Silver is $1,000. No way. I'm calling BS on that one. Because if so, I've got a copy of it and Heart Gold here, and I got them for £30 in box, used. Because I own a copy of, well, I say no, my other half. She owns a copy of every single Pokemon game, every single mainline Pokemon game, Game Boy Advance onwards. Right, what's going on here? Oh. Why? Or is this an America thing? Okay, so we've got Virus Imperial versus Gallon, it seems. This should be interesting. I mean, the hardest part about buying the... I could go down to an area near me and a shop near me and buy a copy of it in box for like 50 quid. There's no way they are that expensive over there. The hardest part of the GBA games is buying the proprietary screwdrivers so you can open up the GBA game to replace the battery so the clock works in it. Otherwise your berries don't grow and all this sort of stuff. There's also how you can tell it's a knockoff, because you do get quite a few knockoffs, and you can tell they're a knockoff because they don't have they're just a normal circuit board and they don't have the battery inside. Varney is not here right now. He is off doing other things. And dear God, I hope not. I don't touch Magic. I own a Magic Commander deck that's a pre-con straight out the box, just in case if anyone says, hey, do you want to play Magic? And that's it. I don't touch Magic. Because fuck Wizards of the Coast. I mean, it's also why I own Game Boy Advance SP, DS, and 3DS, just so we can play everything. Once again, I'm getting looked at. I do not own. We own, comrade. All right, what's going on here? Oh, we're doing armor forms. I mean, apart from the OGL stuff, the saying they won't use AIR in promotional stuff and then doing it anyway, the when the OGL stuff didn't work, suddenly spontaneously transitioning to a new version of the D&D stuff, the pumping out Magic the Gathering product at a rate of knots because they are desperate for money, the entire short printing issues with secret lairs, we've them crediting wrong artists on card or not crediting them at all, the plagiarism that's gone on quite a few card arts for Wizards of the Coast. recently. I'm going to stop there because otherwise I will be here for days. I mean, I've got old D&D books that aren't Wizards of the Coast books. I've got old TSR books. I've got Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and second edition books that I've used to play for a long period of time. Let's be honest, if Magic the Gathering Standard wasn't a rotating format, it would be a broken mess of a game. And two, the fact they keep printing standard legal sets with cards that are designed for legacy or eternal formats such as Commander, because they want to, because that is a larger part of their audience over the standard players, meaning they want more money from them. And before anyone says, oh, but no one plays standard anymore. Yeah, this is why. Right. Standard Gallant X doing Gallant X things. Everything apart from Command's a dead format. It's the only one they're trying to support. The fact that most LGSs nowadays don't actually do Magic the Gathering, use Magic the Gathering Standard as events, they instead use Commander, says a lot. And the fact that Wizard of the Coast lets them is also saying a lot. I never played Magic. Alright, well, we're playing out Wormons, we're... Oh. Virus Imperial is a weird deck. It's one of those decks that always does... kind of just spins its wheels until it finds traction. Like it doesn't really go anywhere until it finally decides to just go, oh yeah, by the way, you're dead. Oh, we're swinging, we're doing effects. Yeah, it does do a lot of floating, but that's basically every purple deck nowadays. Yeah, I'll give you that. It is probably the deck for just going, oh yeah, by the way, Armor Purge, or oh, look, you killed me, therefore I get to play something out. And then I get to DNA, and then I Digivolve, and then because you deleted me, I've got stuff in trash now, so I can play out again, and just go through the entire thing. So, I mean, it is one of those decks that probably abuses analog youth the most. I'm interested to see what new analog youth we get in this next set, because apparently we're getting a new analog man and analog youth in this next set as well. Will it be another generic thing, or will it have a deck around it? All right, and here is that. Oh no. Hey, what you get up to in your free time is no business of ours, Panzer. But yes, I mean, I am just worried that basically every set we get now will have some sort of like series or game trait deck in it, which is going to make certain pre-releases for those sets kind of annoying, because it will virtually end up being whoever opens up the most cards within that larger archetype is the one that's going to end up doing probably the best in the pre-release. Oh yeah, but pre-releases were always about luck. Yeah, but they used to be like identifying what rare cards were actually strong. I always remember, what pre-release was it? It was Cannon Dramon. Was it Cannon Dramon? Yeah, that the blue black or like whatever it was, Cannon Dramon, that was just like when it unsuspends and deletes things and does this, that, and the other. It was an absolute goat in the pre-release. I can't remember. I think it was like back in like BT, like before that. Oh no, was it like? I can't remember which one it was. I forget. There are way too many. Was it BT 14? I think it was BT 12, BT 11. It wasn't BT 15. It was something else. I think it was like a blue black one. BT 10. BT 10 one. Yeah. Because it just became this, lots of this, just you could swing Digivolve into it, unsuspend with blocker. If it deletes something, it unsuspends. And where quite a few pre-release decks just evolve into Rookie Rush, it's quite decent. Yeah. Oh, okay. We've got Gallantmon doing Gallant things, Imperial doing Virus Imperial doing Virus Imperial things. Yep, you die, you play things out, and I die and I play things out. I mean, I remember Virus Imperial was just one of those decks where it's weird how sort of, as they've been giving Vmon and Wormmon support, you could always spot the odd, like, this is 2-color. This is a very specific 2-color that they've put in here for the support. And now it's sort of like now finally become a thing where it can put all of those pieces of support together to make something a lot more cohesive and difficult to do with, that doesn't just have to high roll every turn. Whereas Galletmon finally got the protection it deserves, and now it's an issue. I mean, you guys, does anyone, I mean, what cards are we thinking might be on the ban list for Galletmon? I don't know if they're, like, the ones I always think of is either EX2 Takato or BT12 Wargrowl, as they are two of the more egregious ones. But I'm not sure. Okay. All right, yeah, people in ad breaks. So many ad breaks. Oof. Right. So. All right. Vani is still AFK, which is fine. It just means you're stuck with me. Stuck with this annoying Brit who won't shut up. But hey. Could be worse. Could be Dan. Could be Mike. So what's going on here? Alright, standard Gearmon in the back, into Growlmon. Ooh. Ooh. Having to hard drop. Not seeing any threes. Ooh. Ooh. Never something you want to see. We're just playing at the color and passing it back. Oh. Have we seen a rookie? We're hatching, so therefore we may have seen a rookie. I mean, you may have found that, no, we didn't see a rookie, we just hatched for the inevitable in case we see a rookie. I mean, they may have bought them before all the support. That's the one thing I always say. If you have a pet deck or a deck you think might be interesting, if you can afford to, buy it before it becomes meta. Because you will get punished if you don't. It's also, isn't the Shadramon being reprinted soon? I can't remember this. Way too many. Oh yeah, it's being reprinted. This is being reprinted. So oh yeah, it's an event pack. So basically, it's being reprinted, but may as well not be. Oh. So, oh, no. And it dies. Because they always do. Night, Panzer. Have fun at work tomorrow and other such shenanigans. Alright. Right. Here's the Tamers Battle League. No idea. Right. Oop. Gain a memory, do stuff, things. Oh, uh-oh. Quick, everyone, hide your sweets, hide your snacks. Barney's back. Or not quite yet. I can hear him yammering away in the background, as he always does. No, oh no. Oh god, he's in chat as well. Not again. He's spying on us. Right. Going to 3, doing shenanigans. I do find it interesting that you can always tell what sort of pace the meta game is going at, depending upon the prevalence of mem setters. It is weird that memory setters are definitely played more in the more Western meta than the Eastern meta. Then in best of one, you'll kind of have to hope you high roll, and a mem setter won't help with that. So it's always interesting seeing a lot of these decks coming out of Japan that are very much designed around going fast, no breaks, no stopping, and they don't really survive contact when coming over to the West. Like, yes, the deck will still be strong, but there's normally a few adjustments that has to be made for coming over here. Yeah, right. Oh. People are reading their cards and double checking what they're doing beforehand? Oh no. Yeah, it's the... No, yeah, it's the no memory setup at 10 boosts. It's the... I can kind of understand why, because it's the... I don't need mem setters if I can just play out all these boosts, or my opponent hits these boosts in security, because on average, the boost will do more for you coming out security than the mem setter will. I mean, we have also started to see some rather degenerate things going on in the Western version, like the recent Ulti Cup tops running black, not running black, running the rock deck, running the 2-color mem boost so they can play it and search for their medieval gallants. Just like, I understand why, it's gross, but I understand why. But it is at that point where I'm just glad Medieval Gallant has no color overlap with Death X or Ruin mode. Dear God, if you could run all of those, like if you could run all of those in one deck all at the same color. But then again, you've got stuff like Gallantmon that's basically turned into a 4-color deck now. Well, I say it's not really 4-color, it's 1 color. Gallantmon is a red deck. This is like saying 3 Great Angels is a 4-color deck because, well, it's got all these different colors among its level 6s. I'm like, yeah, but how often are you not just going Digivolve yellow Digimon on yellow Digimon on yellow Digimon? Yes, there's other colors there, but they're mainly there for lore reasons rather than color. Alright, yep. Geo X. Oh. Right, your opponent has 4 security. You have 2 things on field. You can probably kill them from here. Weird things to say about Gallantmon, but hey. That was the cards in trash question. You see, if you were running old Crimson mode, you could probably kill them. Because you swing, go into X. Delete. Like swing, delete, go into X. But again, all the floating bodies that Virus Imperial can put out does kind of mess with your ability to unsuspend. You're just going to end up deleting them anyway, so you need multiple just when attacking deletes. Even then, there's ways to do it. Right, we are swinging. Where are we swinging? Alright, we're doing both of us. We got a EX2 Guillermo in there for the second delete, is it? I'm guessing? Must be. Yeah, there it is, right at the bottom there. So we're gaining memory. We are not using Takato. No, we're thinking about using the Takato. Oh. But Lucas, you asked, why are you saying you should run old Crimson mode? Because that old Crimson mode's a guaranteed trash one. I know we swung over one and deleted the other. Yeah, interesting. Blitzing, drawing, X-antibodying into giving your opponent 5. Nope, choosing not to. It is the log boy. Ooh, Memboost boy Digimon trashing the Memboost and the boy. Never a good thing. I know, right, Coach? It's like Ray is the one playing Gallantmon, yeah. Must have left it in the other room. I don't know. Oh, it's a Wormmon. It's a Wormmon that digivolves into another ridiculously expensive card. Said card lets him play out. Is it going to be another Wormmon? It's another Wormmon. Wormmon's effect lets him Digivolve. Effect of Shadramon to DNA. And stop me if you've heard all this before. Probably into the Pile we had it. Yep, into the Pile. Then Pile's effect to play out the Dino B. Dino B's effect. Nope, gonna go straight into the DNA. Interesting. Into fighter mode? Fighter mode, yep. Oh, yep, cards in trash. On delete, plays that Gearmon search. Full hit. What we like to see, yeah. Would you want the 4? I think you can take the 4. Right. Swing. Swing it, Gallant. Oh, he has food. He hasn't got his headphones on yet. We popping off?
Yes, I am back with food.
I think we're popping off. Woo! Oh, no. It's the... So basically, your entire board is dead. Now, there is a very important question here, Varney. What food?
Soup.
Soup.
I am eating soup.
Why are you at soup?
You said why? What?
Why are you at soup?
Because why not?
So you're not buying clothes?
No. Absolutely not.
Damn. No Code Meant reference today. So we are watching Virus Imperial versus Gallantmon just do the world's longest slapfest. I delete you. You get to play something out by effect. Then you delete me, and I get to play something out via effects.
Thing is, Gallantmon has the better clearing potential. It's just a matter of, can they keep turn?
Yeah, but you've also got the problem of Virus Imperial constantly playing out bodies when they die. It does stop Gallantmon, gets it. That stops Gallantmon from getting it if you don't delete stuff, do things you actually want to happen.
Right, but in a matchup like this, that's perfectly fine because...
You're just denying your opponent resources.
Yeah, you really want to keep their board as clear as possible. That's why, as much as I hate some of the older cards, depending on... Like, Gallantmon's a very versatile deck in that... I think that's always been my gripe with Gallantmon. It was always a deck that read like it was better than it actually was.
Yeah.
It should have been able to handle almost every meta threat. Almost every meta threat.
But it always had missing parts. It died to removal way too easily.
Exactly.
Like, oh, everything. No. It had no protections whatsoever. No way of getting around stuff. And of course, there's an ad break right now. Okay, going to set. You're giving the Gallantmon player 7 memory? That's.
We eat, boy. Cliff, why do you hate Uko and Omnipile?
I mean, I hate Ukamon in general, but hey. He gives Bug-Eyed Digimon a bad name. Alright. Digivolving.
Uko is a stinky.
I mean, dare I say it, I agree with Coach.
Hey, what's your thoughts on Digimon World Championship as a game?
What was that, sorry?
What's your thoughts on Digimon World Championship as a game?
Personally, I have never played Digimon World Championship.
Interesting.
It's on my list, but my list of Digimon games gets longer before it gets shorter.
That's a fact.
Technically
Coach says he loves
speaking,
it. Is Is it just like a Digimon battle game, or does it have an actual story to it?
The problem I have is I haven't even technically finished Survive yet. But ooh, going into the medieval gallant. That's gonna shut down.
This right here is exactly it. That's why I hate medieval gallant in the deck, but I also love it. Yeah, you can't do Gallant X, but it's just such a strong card, and it gets all the Gallantmon synergy.
Yeah. Also, it's the right. I go into medieval gallant. I don't delete you. Go on, play your little body out via effect. Go on. Play your body out via effect, because I'm going to completely delete it.
World Championship is a neat concept, but it's pretty bland. Really needs a super shotgun and a grappling hook. I never played it as a kid because I saw Digimon World DS. I saw Digimon World Dawn and Dusk, and I just never cared for anything that didn't have the Digimon World title behind it. That's honestly the way I looked at Digimon. Well, sorry, it was Digimon World Championship, but it just didn't ring the same to me as DS and Dawn and Dusk did. So I'm admittedly biased because I just never played. I never cared for it as a kid. Makes Greymon worse, makes jump plays awkward. There's so many reasons. Yeah, that's all fair, Cliff.
Of course, you're a fan of Digimon World 4, Coach.
Like most Digimon games, it mostly sucks. You play it for the monsters, which is a shame when the concept lends itself so well to games. That's always what I thought about it. Explain to me, though, what is the concept of it? Because it always felt like it was a little bit different than the other games.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's the most Digimon games are kind of mid. It's if they were generic other game that didn't have Digimon in them, they would just not be talked about.
Facts. That's a whole fact.
Oof. Because it's especially a lot of the like earlier ones, like the DS era, like a lot of those sorts of ones. This is yeah. Ooh, okay.
Ooh. I mean, you're right. That does sound like a really cool concept.
Counterpoint, why would I not just play one?
Because it's so fucking old.
I mean, yeah, even I did find it funny, like in the tier list that was recently put out, it's oh hey, yeah, Digimon World's great as long as you cheat and use a ROM hack or a like edit up your because it's not really that good a game if you have to say you have to completely break the progression system.
Like Nintendogs, but with fighting. Oh, see, that's it. Oh, I love Nintendogs, bro. Damn, maybe I should have given the game a chance as a kid.
And you've also got the problem of when it comes to just collect them, battle, all this sort of stuff. especially DS era, you got to contend with some of the better Pokemon games in general, full stop.
Yeah, I guess Dawn and Dusk and World for the DS, and then, well, no, I mean, that's kind of the only games that can compare to any of the, I would say, Pokemon games pre-Gen 5.
Yeah.
Because World 3 is good.
I was gonna say, I just hate to compare the whole, like, Pokemon and Digimon, but where they're on the exact same handheld device and being released at about similar times, you kind of got to go, yeah, but...
Exactly.
And
Pokemon was just more interesting as a kid.
And everyone forgets Disney's attempts to get into the handheld monster rearing market with Spectrobes.
Oh, but that was fantastic.
Oh, yeah. I've still got my original copy of Spectrobes 1 and 2 for the DS.
Man, Spectrobes? Oh my goodness. What a game. What a unique use of the DS. Oh my goodness. Lost Story was Japan only, but as a fan translation now. There's also the Cross Warriors game based on Dawn and Dusk. Oh, I hate that they didn't bring those over, man.
That's Digimon in a nutshell. Why didn't they translate this? Why didn't they bring it over? Why is this region locked? There are so many
Yakuza fans you can
Digimon
preload
games.
Pirates in Hawaii now. Oh my goodness.
There are so many Digimon games that were just, they would have sold well if they had gotten an English translation, but Bandai just can't be asked.
And that can never be asked with anything. They're very unpopular in most regions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a shame.
For legally, Coach, I cannot recommend. For legal reasons, I can't recommend it. But however, if you want to call in sick for work, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, when's the last time you called in sick? That's the question. Because if you haven't called in sick for like a couple of months, it's just going to be like, oh my god, they've actually called in sick for once. We've got to give them the day off.
Do you deserve the day off, Coach?
Yeah. Exactly, Coach. I won't tell if you don't, Coach. Don't worry about it.
Who's to say? Don't tell us. Don't leave any trace. As far as we know, you're going to work tomorrow, Chief.
Yeah. If you suddenly get ill and like, oh my god, I'm really ill. I've suddenly come down with something. I need to take the next 2 days off. This is the great thing about me working in food. If I call in sick, I know exactly what to say to guarantee a minimum of 48 hours off.
Exactly. It's like, man, that stuff I threw up last night. Oh gosh, I don't know if that was, I don't know what that was.
COVID-19. Oh, you got to self-isolate for 2 weeks.
Yakuza's basically a movie. Wait till you're actually sick, then you can watch your Korean soap opera game as the designers intended.
Oof.
The top deck is Red Purple Imperial.
Yep. The problem I have is there's so many cool looking game series that I feel like I want to get into. But unfortunately I work. I have people to look after, this, that and the other. which just leads to just. I mean, yeah, I think Virus Imperial can at least try to stand up to Gallantmon. It's got enough floating effects and the ability to pop off from the trash that Gallantmon deleting its stuff doesn't really interrupt it that much.
As long as Medieval's not on the field, you're good. Medieval,
yeah, that's the problem.
Pretty much shuts off your deck, and you have to work on getting rid of Medieval, which is hard because it's not when you play Digimon by effect, it's just when you play a Digimon. So you have to have something else to be able to absorb that blow.
And you need those two bodies out. And unfortunately, Virus Imperial doesn't have access to a Davis and Ken that just lets them drop 3 bodies and gain memory for nothing.
I mean, they could, they just don't play it. Or might not play it.
Yeah, might not play it. I mean,
now, most broken deck in the format? I don't know about Gallantmon being the most broken deck in the format.
What would you say is the most broken deck in the format?
I don't think we have a broken deck. I think we have a lot of very strong decks. And every deck has a weakness. Well, most decks have a weakness. Most annoying deck, I can give it... Oh, I thought you was going to say Gallant. I was going to say, I can give it most annoying deck. See, Mirage is tough because when I did my top 32, there was one Mirage top. And I don't know if that was because people just weren't on the Mirage train, they're afraid it's going to get banned or what, but it's just an actual travesty. Because I want that card to be hit so bad.
What cards do you want BT11 Mirage to be hit, or would you hit some of the other pieces like the?
Nope. Don't say anything else. BT11 Mirage. I have a video dropping, I think tomorrow, which is how Barbamon shafted, or how Bandai shafted Barbamon. And
first time I've heard of that video, honest.
Oh, really? When you look at what Barbamon does and when you look at what Gallantmon does, if hand destruction were an actual thing, that's what Mirage would be, but Mirage isn't hand destruction. It's like, it's the opposite. It's like hand control.
It's hand punishment?
Yeah, there you go. It's hand punishment. And it makes it so that you can't do anything on field or in your hand, which is like, come on, man. So, no. I want BT11 Mirage hit because that card is bad for the game.
Friendly reminder that BT11 Mirage has now been in, for the Japanese format, BT11 Mirage has been in this card game for longer than it hasn't been in this card game.
Crazy.
So we have had, Japan has been enjoying BT11 Mirage for majority of the card game's life.
I don't disagree that Dawn and Dusk is an engine, or is a
Ooh, tie.
It's an engine. Sorry, I don't disagree that Dawn and Dusk isn't a problem. I can agree with that, but Mirage in itself is a problematic card. I don't care if the line isn't good anymore. I don't care if you can place whatever other blue shenanigans. You could play Blue Pile and get away with playing Mirage. I think that card itself, along with Ancient Garurumon, are just...
We shouldn't have a level 6 that's basically a floodgate that can digivolve for 1 memory.
Yeah.
While removing a security.
I don't mind it gaining memory. I think it should have been for every 5 cards in hand, or for every 6 cards in hand, because for every 4 is a punishment to just playing the game. It makes it so that every time you digivolve, you're always going to gain 1, which is 3 memory. It means when you bounce a level 5 or lower to hand, your memory floodgates do nothing. There's no way to counter Mirage efficiently in standard play that doesn't make Mirage a problem, and the same concept applies to Ancient Garurumon. I hate both of those cards.
And then you've also got to factor in the fact that the deck in Tribal, which Blue doesn't do anymore, has access to additional mem gain when you do that during your turn, ways to force your opponent to gain extra cards in hand, jamming, and but 2 different ways in Tribal to gain jamming and unsuspense.
Yeah, it just... I don't care like about him not being good. It just the entire deck lends itself to something that should be hit, and the card itself just needs to go. I don't care about anything else from the deck. People are like, "Oh, it's gonna kill the deck." Yeah, well then maybe you shouldn't have been playing the deck. if you can't live without it, then what does that tell you? What did Stark say to Tony? Or sorry, what did fucking hell? What did Stark say to Peter?
Yes. If you're nothing without
it, then why do you have it at all? Exactly. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. No problem. Also, yeah, every deck can now digivolve for cheap, which means if Mirage digivolves for cheap, it then also gains memory back again. It's the Mirage is probably the epitome of the first deck to get its one of the first decks to get its constant, almost guaranteed, cheap and easy digivolves. Because what with one training on field, you can go from with a training on field, you can go from a 3 to a 6 in Mirage, and you're only paying full memory costs. You're paying. Oh yeah, that's Green. Green's known for cheap digivolves. Saying Green's been doing cheap digivolves since the start of the game. It was what it was originally known for. Oh, Purple Hybrid is another card that needs something doing to it. It is just an oppressive deck that's almost impossible to interact with. I mean, yeah. I mean, I still think the funniest thing you see is when,
Whoops, I wasn't. I was muted. Fuck me.
Funny's been muted. Oh god.
I basically said, hit Jack Raid and hit Matt.
And for once, let's not go on a tangent discussing how all the zero memory gain memory cards need to be banned as well. That topic's been done to death. I will say this: I do find it. I have seen multiple times a Purple Hybrid player rage quit due to being unable to get the end of attack off of Velgamon. Well,
that's funny.
Because
that's funny.
Do you know what deck they're rage quitting against though? Sakuyamon. Because they go, oh, cool, I'll go into Velgamon, swing. Sakuyamon player goes, cool, trigger made mode ace, card to security, give you minus DP, block with the token from the Sakuyamon, you're dead, you don't get your end of attack.
Ty, we have better, or sorry, not Ty. Fucking Ty Kamiya. Try, we have better aggro decks though. Mirage as an aggro deck, I would be okay with it if the deck wasn't punishing into the way that it is. I think when we're talking about aggro decks, me personally, like I'm okay with like Red Hybrid. I'm okay with, I mean, Galamon to an extent is an aggro deck, depending on how they come out the gate with their opening hand. But like, I would prefer to see an aggro deck that like punches you in the face and doesn't give you a chance to play the game, rather than a deck that can give you the chance to play the game and then says, psych, I'm gonna gain all this advantage for letting you think you could play the game, and you also can't put anything in my way because I'm just gonna get everything out of sight. Like Red Hybrid, for what it's worth, they have one removal, which is on their level 6 bodies. When they're swinging at you, those lower level bodies, they're not deleting anything. Your Emperor, your Ancient, those are the only things that are deleting something. And for what it's worth, I mean, getting something deleted is a big thing, but we have deletion protection in the game. We don't have such a minimal amount of bounce protection that only certain decks can really come up against Mirage in a good way. And when Mirage is constantly adding cards to your hand and making it so that all decks can't play fairly against it, it just makes it a pain in the ass. In the same way, it's like Magna X, right? Magna X, in the bare minimum, you have all the blue inheritables for attack can't be redirected. You can stun it with like can't activate when digivolving effects. Like there's ways, there are more ways you can play around Magna than you can play around Mirage, in my opinion. We'll switch over to the game now.
I mean, yeah.
It's not that they never use the level 4s. We're talking about, there's two different versions of Red Hybrid. The Ancient Gray Red Hybrid, yes, they just go straight from, you know, whatever into Ancient Gray. But there is another iteration of Red Hybrid that is still viable, and obviously, you know, nobody needing to oh gosh, sorry, I'm reading comments as they come through from our from my Reddit post.
Okay,
I don't think anybody
on Reddit now.
The tier list.
Oh God. Why would you invite such?
Exactly. That's why I'm reading the comments as they come through. Yeah. Absolutely despise Red Hybrid. Being able to cycle your pieces back, or cycle your pieces, but into the dungeon, delete your subs unacceptable. So right, Red Hybrid.
Double Hybrid does.
I don't disagree that Ancient Greymon, if Ancient Garuru goes, Ancient Greymon should also go, because I think what it does is like just so insane. And realistically speaking, you can easier warp into Ancient Grey than you can into Ancient Garuru. And what the deck does is it's just so disgusting. So I'm not necessarily arguing against you know, Ancient Grey being a problematic card. But that being said, that Ancient Grey is just obviously such a good card, and that's the way that people are playing Red Hybrid. Now, I don't think that should be a discount to Red Hybrid Rush level 4 as a deck. I think that is still a viable strat, and I'm interested to see what they do with Emperor coming out in BT21 to make basically, okay, do I want to play Ancient Grey Red Hybrid, or do I want to play Emperor Grey Red Hybrid?
I mean, the Emperor Grey, like Ancient Grey, Purple Hybrid, a lot of this stuff kind of follows into the same like ballpark, which is just there is no Tamer hate in the game at the moment. Oh, one moment.
Try to your earlier point about delay options being hit. I would hit Scrambles first before anything else, because I think those cards are just fucking insane. Then I would hit Trainings, and I wouldn't even touch Memory Boost. The reason for that is because if you take away all those cards, you go back to a format where if your deck doesn't have a dedicated searcher, you're ass out of luck. And I don't think we should leave decks in the lurch like that. I've always been on the train that I think Training should have been a 3 cost, not a 2 cost, or a 2 cost to reduce cost by 1. I do think Trainings provide a lot of value. Exactly, Masters to Disciple. I think what they do is definitely very busted, but in the way that, you know, every deck can play them, they are air quote fair. But Scrambles are just, I think Scrambles are just insane.
The other problem I have with Scrambles is certain colors have a better time using them than others. For example, we have given you a card that lets you digivolve and get stuff out of your trash and play stuff from trash. And one of the colors in this game is purple. There are certain colors of deck or certain deck archetypes that value their being able to get stuff out of trash more than others.
The game is now just total extremes, either full protection or total destruction of opponent's board. I understand your Mirage argument, but if you ban Mirage for its power level, you need to sweep the level 6s of almost every top deck. I mean, that's just the way the game is, though, right? But, I mean, it's just the natural evolution of the game, right? We're in BT 20, we're about to be in BT 21. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! We said it on pod the other day. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at least like 80 to 90 sets deep. Dragon Ball is 28 main sets deep, and then they have some amount of side sets. I don't know how much. But like, the natural evolution is power creep. Like, we weren't gonna sit on things that don't interact with your opponent's board all the time. They were introduced, I know they were introduced somewhat early, relatively speaking. I would say as far back, the first one I can remember that was able to remove your opponent's board would probably be, I guess, BT9, right? Because you had Wargrey popping Digimon, you had Grandis suspending and swinging over, you had Melga, which was bouncing lowest level. So yeah, BT9 was the first evolution of that power creep. And they brought those decks in check, and we were at a good power creep level, even in BT12, because not everything.
And even BT9 was also when we first started seeing proper protection starting to be more commonplace. Right. Yes, we had EX1 machine, but BT9 was also what gave us both Grey X and.
Yes, Cliff, I would ban the scrambles, but that's another point for another day.
Definitely. You sort of see Greymon X, Garuru X. You started to see a lot more of these decks with the protections, but these were protections that cost something. These weren't just, oh, by the way, because my Digimon exists, you can't touch it.
Yeah, but I think, you know, me speaking as a Digimon fan first and card game player second, I think as a card game player, you can really get upset with the way the game changes because you're comfortable with the way that a game plays without that speed, right? Without that's the BT9 format, right? Is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
But to say that like it lost its original identity, becomes something else. What was the original identity? And that's the question I'm asking you, like, right? What was its original identity?
Yeah, I mean, if you go all the way back, it was Digimon started as being, it was mainly just colors. There wasn't tribal decks, there wasn't archetypes, there wasn't any of this stuff. It was just good cards go into deck. And nowadays, that's what we're seeing again. It's blue pile, it's BT2 cards being put into purple hybrid because they've got good effects. It's all the same, but it just feels like the game is just constantly speeding up. Like, if you have a deck that cannot get its boss monster out turn 2, you're going to be behind a majority of the time.
I can agree with that, yes. But to that point as well, it's not a slight on the speed of the game. Let's get it for real, right? It's not a slight on the speed of the game as much as it is a slight on the other cards that they don't design to the same power levels. The power level of the game would mean nothing if every deck was made in the same way, but they are not. And that is the bigger discussion to be had. And we all know that, right? For example, Sakuyamon. The perfect example, because I was so excited for that deck, and I saw the Sakuya X reveals, and I said, fuck this deck, and I sold all my stuff. Sakuyamon was a deck that was so combo reliant, and
they didn't give us so many pieces.
Yep, they didn't give us anything that we needed for
Sakuyamon is the only deck, I think, that requires you to see your entire line, Tamer, and options to do what most decks would do with only two of those two things.
Right, exactly. It doesn't have enough power to be able to do that. Honestly, if that deck just had something where it was like, this is gonna sound dumb, and that's because it is, but if that deck had something like every time you Digivolve, you draw an extra card, so you'd be able to just plus on hand size, which you need because you need to see Tamers and you need to see those option cards, that deck would be better. But by having all the searches locked in the way that they do, searchers that can whiff, searchers that aren't universal, right? Because you had originally, the Renamon was a search for the
BT2
the Digimon
Renamon was
and the
BT2
Rika.
Renamon found a Digimon and a Rika. Then you got BT10 Renamon that found a option and a yellow Tamer.
Right. But then we had the Cubimon in EX2, which only searched the plugins, and then the other one in BT10 that I don't even remember what the fuck it did, but it wasn't it was so
BT10 QB lets you either take a plugin from trash to hand or discard a plugin to draw to. The main downside to that QB was it has absolutely no inherited.
Right.
When you need your inherited to actually control the board.
Dan made a good point about some of the rookies we're getting in BT20, which are start of main, you trash one of your Digimon cards, you get to draw a card and gain a memory. We need more effects like that. We need, because let's put it in this way, right? In a game, in any other card game, there is no native draw mechanic. It's just draw for turn, maybe you have a card that searches, that's it. In Digimon, you're drawing every turn because your deck is quite literally made on, or most decks, I should say, are made on the idea that you're going to be drawing every turn you draw to the pieces that you need. With that being said, you're still playing a 50 card deck. And some games you'll be lucky to go through 25 cards in that deck. We need cards that can really take advantage of how much cards you're adding into your hand, because you're never going to play. You can have 10 cards in hand. You'll never utilize all 10 cards in hand. You'll utilize like at best 4 of them. We need cards that allow you to cycle. That's not just limited to purple. That's why purple is so good. That's why that Gabu or the Aizmon engine, draw 6, trash 4, goated. Add 6 new cards and then get rid of 4 of them, you know? Like,
in a deck that's probably going to want to put stuff in its trash.
That too.
It has taken up until BT19 for when Sakuyamon got its second actual archetypal egg. Because, you know...
Let's not talk about the too many template game. I don't think that will ever... Like, all right, so here's the duality, right? Here's the duality. We're either going to be a generic game where people complain about pile decks, or we're going to be a tribal game where people complain that cards are too specific. You're never going to find that perfect middle.
Their specific tribe isn't getting the right level of support.
Exactly. We're never going to find that balance, because that means you would need to, if you're doing a pure tribal, every card needs access to that pure tribal. And if you're doing pure generic, well, then that's why you have scrambles, boosts, and trainings. Like, that's, you know, that's the two sides of the coin, and that scale is always tipping.
And trust me, if you're talking about tribal, do not get me started on, well, do not make me go and get the girlfriend and have her go on her rant of why is the secret rare Mirai so trash.
Let's not talk about that either, because that is a whole other story.
Yeah.
At least you're not a Chessmon or B deck. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, okay, that's a perfect example. On the one hand, it just came out, so I don't expect it to be busted, right? I think Rox is a very good deck, despite what Dan says, but it is very clear that it's in its first wave of support. Right. Well, it's EU, right? That's your region, right? That's apparently the land of. Apparently, that's the land of no man's land.
Hey.
That's what
us no man's land. Oceania is right there.
Anyways, I do like Rox's deck, and I think Rox has legs. I think Dinomon has legs, but these are decks in their first wave of support. It's when they get their second wave of support that you're like, man, what the fuck? Perfect example. Go watch it. The How Bent I Shafted Barbamon video. Barbamon came out as an SR. It wasn't blow my mind amazing, but it looked like it was decent enough, right? I felt like that deck could have legs depending on what Barbamon X did. And Barbamon X came out and was complete an absolute utter fucking dog shit. The epitome of I don't give a shit about card design. Like, I don't even know what they were thinking. At least Lilith into her Lilith X had what's it called? She kept her removal ability about being able to delete another Digimon, and she kept her trash ability. It literally just got upgraded. How did they not just upgrade Barbamon's abilities? They were like, oh, let's take some stuff away and then let's try some new stuff. It's just like,
because let's be honest, the two mechanics that every single card game developer does not want to see in their card game being meta for fear of it driving players away is hand trash and mill.
yeah, let's not talk about that when we have Mirage living around here and not catching bullets like it's nobody's business. But I do see your point. But that's the thing, right? Barbamon got a second wave of support, and it has you sitting there like, how? Why? I guess what's another deck I can use as Gallantmon. Gallantmon.
How many waves of Gallantmon support have there been for it to be rogue tier at best up until we got to BTA?
Gallantmon wasn't shit until it got access to the best Gallantmon it ever got, which wasn't even a regular Gallantmon. It was a Gallantmon X.
One of the best level 6s in the game, to the point where it's being run in Sun and Moon Galaxy Engine.
Yep. Yeah. That deck went through eons of support, and I think that's the perfect example when you talk about just general card design, right? Because they tried and they kept trying, but they stuck to that one plan. Look at Imperial. Imperial went through a somewhat kind of shift in its design. Originally in
3 of them.
I would say only 2, because the BT12 support kind of plays well into the BT16 support, but when we got the starter deck and the BT8 stuff, that was just helmet aggro, right? It was a better way of BT3 in Imperial, which was Digivolve up, swing every step of the way. This was the same thing, just with spitting out bodies doing it again. Then we went to BT12 and then into BT16, where now it's like, all right, well, these things are going to source strip. They're going to bottom deck for, what's it called? They're going to bottom deck for less sources, I think is what most of them are locked to.
Yep.
Most or no sources. Less or no sources. While still doing the same thing, also gaining memory. Like, that was a shift.
That is a fun matchup, by the way. Rocks into Imperial or Ice Snow. Go ahead, strip my sources. Digivolve yourself.
Doesn't that kind of sum up the issue? Your 2 to 5s only need the right names. It's now all about the level 6s being busted. Right, well, level 6s are your boss monsters, right? I mean, I think that's the entire idea. And to that extent, it's not just level 6s. I mean, boss monsters, period. Because Purple Hybrid doesn't need a boss monster. Purple Hybrid's boss monster is Valgrimmon. Red Hybrid, sure, they have access to Ancient. They also have access to Emperor, but they could also win the game off the backing of a Goonie and Burning. No other hybrid deck is performing as well as those, so you can't use any other ones as an example. I think especially with, but like that's, okay, but like, let's not get off track here. That's not a problem though. Boss monster level 6s that do things, right? I mean, I think that's the natural progression of every card game. You're going to get to a point where you're not just designing cards that are, well, A, vanilla, and B, that just do things. At a certain point, cards need to interact with your opponent's board, and then as more decks get cards that interact with your opponent's board, there are going to be even more cards that interact with your opponent's board. Then as you get cards that interact with your opponent's board, cards need to prevent you from interacting with your opponent's board. And now you have this battle of back and forth, but we aren't a game like Dragon Ball, where it's this card has barrier, meaning it can't be chosen by any of your opponent's effects. And then we get a card that reads, select one of your opponent's cards, ignoring barrier. That is the epitome of bad card design. This is like
in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of this card can't be destroyed and then you get cards that go, oh yeah, send cards from your opponent's field to the graveyard.
Exactly. That's like what's it called? One Piece. They had gotten a card at one point that said put one of your opponent's characters in the trash. It was that card was the card that everybody was afraid of at the time was, oh, this card can't be KO'd. It was like, oh, all right, that's so cool. Nope, just put one of your opponent's cards in the trash. And for Digimon, there's ways around everything without needing to do that busted thing, right? Because, oh, it can't be deleted. I have DP reduction. I have put it into security. I have bottom deck. And you have different protections against those different removal effects. The protections might not be widespread, but they're there.
It's why for the longest period of time, the strongest form of removal in this game was Chaos Deck. Because it's the, oh, I can't be deleted, DP, reduce, return to hand or deck. Okay, cool. Put yourself to security.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's such a cool concept too.
Yeah, it's the whole idea of I'm just going to send you to, I'm going to literally send you, open a portal to a completely different world and then just slam it shut on you, which is you just going, no, I'm going to put you to security and then trash it as well, which is this very interesting depiction of it.
Right.
But
and for what it's worth, that removal is busted, air quote, and it's not widely used right now. Obviously, there's no deck that can use it as fairly.
The fact that Chaos Deck didn't have, for the longest period of time, Chaos Deck, unless you had your boss monster out, you had to have 2 different sources out to meet the color requirements. It was an 8-cost option, and it only removed one thing, and it was a downgraded effect if it was hit in security.
Damn, he hit Analog Youth in the scramble. That's crazy. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Whereas if you want to talk other busted removal effects, let's talk Megadeth.
Let's not talk about Megadeth, please. That card's still.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about Megadeth.
Cost, if it's hit in security, you can stun one thing. 5-cost bounce that's fulfilled by one tamer that was released in the same set that you're going to be running as a 4 of in that deck anyway.
I hate that card so much. People still play that card.
By
and
the way,
hates me.
And the fact that having that tamer and the obvious mem setter that goes with it, by having BT8 Davis and Ken and the Blue Davis out at the same time, if you've got any of your Digimon out, you're probably going for 5 memory, so you can use that removal option and keep turn.
I think it is a problem when level 6s do everything. Gallant X deletes your stuff and has protection. I mean, I've always seen the 2 to 5s being the bridges to the 6. The 6s are the appeal. They're supposed to be busted. I didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh, so I have a very different perspective on power creep. Like, as annoying as Chaos Deck was, it was fair. Black Yellow Shaku is fair protection, and I like how it works. It's clearly there to enable ace plays, but it passes after a turn, so your opponent has ways to play around it. People do play Full Moon if they're playing a mono blue deck, yes. If they're playing Imperial, some of those motherfuckers still tech their fucking Megadeth, and sometimes even Gigadeath. But Gigadeath, though, it feels bad, but it's because you never expect it. That's when it feels the worst. But it's a 9-cost option. So
Gigadeath, yeah, it's a 9-cost option. If they're hard dropping it, you know you're going to have something to do in your next turn.
Unless you happen to have an ace out there, then it's like, yeah, my 9-cost option just became a Megadeth and it cleared board. But you know what? You put yourself in that position, buddy.
But at the same time, if you've got the ace out there, they can Megadeth and keep turn. Whereas you look at stuff nowadays, it was like, oh yeah, I hate boss monsters that interact with the board, have protections, and put my opponent on a clock. My dude, Galactamon was doing that back in DBT10. The only problem was it was way too slow.
So, on the topic of boss monsters with protection, not everybody needs protection, right? Like, I think Gallimon getting protection was just a plus. It was something, honestly, it was something that the deck needed. Because gosh,
it's too much now.
Gosh, it just, you could tell it was the missing piece for Gallimon, but not every deck needs it, right? Imperial doesn't have protection outside of Progenitor. If you delete a stack, they'll partition, and that's not protection, that's more recursion. And in terms of lore, it makes sense. Like, they regress back in their 2 beings. It's annoying, but I don't mind it. I think sometimes the ways that it can activate is kind of dumb, but you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm fine with that. Looking at other decks here, Takamikazushi, that doesn't have protection, but that's also a deck that can just, you know.
Yeah, oh, it doesn't have protection. It doesn't have
doesn't.
protection from effects, as a protection from the memory gauge.
Yeah, exactly. And I will also say,
Oh,
I'll
whoops, I
preface
set you
this
to
with
10, psych.
Fenry. From the moment I read BT14 Fenry, I said, why the fuck did they print this card? We just got past this, and here they go printing it again. That is when you realize, right? I think looking at a deck like Fenry, we had just came off a hit where they got rid of a whole bunch of decks. Alphamon was hit. We had no OTK decks. And then they said, here's Fenry, and your opponent doesn't have to turn till they're at 3 or more. You could clearly see they were like, okay, we're going to ban Alphamon because we're going to make way for Fenry, right? That's what it was. That's the design ideas. And that was very clear, very intentional, very purposeful. Imperial doesn't protect itself into Dragon Mode. I think the none of the Imperials, red, purple, or... No, sorry. I think the red, purple Imperial does it, right?
What, the
one
Floodgate
sec.
one?
The what?
Or the...
Yeah, give me a sec, I'll
We've
tell
got
you.
the red purple. We've got the red purple fighter mode that's a floodgate on Digivolving, and we've got.
Where the fuck is it?
Can't remember.
Here it is. Imperial Ace. No, none of them protect on itself in Dragon Mode.
There's just so many Imperial cards nowadays. It's hard to keep track of which one does what.
There really are. I was struggling looking for it. Imperial Ace just lets you go into a fighter mode or dragon mode, but you have a card, Emperor Dragon of Calamity. Nope, that just lets you go. That's not even Progenitor. The BT16 Imperial, that's when you play by effect or Digivolve by effect. So none of them have a protection effect to go into dragon mode. I don't know if there's any Digimon that have an effect on the body that say like when it would leave it may Digivolve to prevent it. I want to say that all of that is by options, but I could be wrong. There could be 1 or 2 stragglers I'm not thinking of.
This feels like... Oh, sorry, it's just...
I agree, Cliff.
Crimson plays on you.
It's the only reason it's annoying is because it's the biggest offender. Right. Literally that. Like other things have partition, but Pyogemon's the one you resonate with the keyword. No, literally that. That's why I say I don't have a problem with table 2. I don't have a problem with partition. I think it's cool, fair, and okay. Progenitor, unnecessary though. But you know, the new purple Imperial level 5s can DNA. Is it the level 5s?
Oh yeah, the new ones. If you try to delete it, when the ones if you try to be moved to hand or field, it's allowed to DNA with other stuff.
Right. Okay. There you go. So
yeah, that's which allows you to, technically speaking, then if you can do that, you can then go into build a full stack from them trying to remove you, because you then DNA, dragon mode. If you go to the red purple dragon mode Ace, that then allows you to go into fighter mode.
But that's besides the point, right? The topic being level 6s that are the boss monsters. I mean, that is, for me, like, let me put it in this way, right? Let me talk from a completely biased and personal perspective. The entire allure, I can't speak. The entire allure
yep.
For me playing Digimon is playing my favorite Digimon and seeing my favorite Digimon do some neat and busted shit, right? Dynamon, I love that card. I mean, obviously Dynamon wasn't, a thing before Liberator, but it's a canonical Digievolution for Tyrannomon.
It's Tyrannomon.
Right. And I love... do I want to play Tyrannomon? Sure, but Tyrannomon is just a step for me to get to my boss monster. Like, if I wanted to play... I don't know, if I wanted anything else to be my boss monster, I think... what would be my favorite champion? Let's see. I don't really know if I have a favorite champion. Like, I guess Greymon, right? I guess Greymon would be my favorite champion. And we have a pretty decent Greymon that could be that's a somewhat boss monster in its own right in the BT17 secret. But like, that is also, just a leg into setting up whatever Greymon deck you're playing. If I had a favorite ultimate, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't have favorite ultimates or favorite champions. I have favorite megas and favorite rookies because your Digimon is always in its rookie form, and in the anime, they almost always digivolved into their mega forms. That's the two most iconic things about Digimon. Yeah, you got your partner with you by your side all the time, and then you power up your partner to go defeat whoever it is that needs to be defeated. That's the big bad. So for me, like Gallantmon, I want my Gallantmon to be good. It should feed into what my deck does, and I want my Gallantmon to be good because that's my boss monster. That's where I'm going to end up. Agumon and War Greymon. What's another good example? Patamon and Serafimon. Like I wish I liked playing yellow now as much as I used to prior, because just playing Serafimon Tribal is cool as shit. You don't play Serafimon Tribal, you play Minimon Tribal, but
yeah, I would love to play. Like it's why if now Koala Cup, there's a chance for a low rarity one coming up. It's like in the Koala Cup, there's a chance for a nothing above rare. I'm like, you could actually play Serafimon Tribal in this because you've got Magna Angers that are rare, the BT, like, all this sort of stuff, and like I use BT 17 Greymons, $40. There are some decks nowadays where you look at it and go, playing this deck the way I want to play it is intrinsically making this deck worse. Playing Serafimon Tribal is intrinsically worse than playing Dominimon.
Right, exactly. That's a whole fact. That is a whole fact. From my perspective, boss monster is least interesting than me than building the rest of the deck. I get excited for cool level 5s with powerful effects.
I can see why. They're the effects you're going to be using the most often. Both their inherited and their actual when digivolving or their effects on the field.
In some decks, they're your mini boss monster. And
looking at you, promo Destromon in Vetmon.
You're right.
Yeah.
And with that regard, you have decks like Blue Flare. You have what's it called? Hunters, where your boss monster is your level 5. Machine Dramon, your boss monster isn't your level 5, but it is made up of a conglomeration of your level 5s. And they should have powerful effects. Because, you know, Ultimate is for a while, Ultimate was the most powerful before Mega, you know? Mega wasn't a thing, and then it was. But, like, Ultimates they're not just Ultimates for a reason, you know?
And it's always what's kind of, I always get the terminology for Ultimate and Mega mixed up.
Yeah, that's a whole fact.
My brain goes, Ultimate, like top end.
Right,
no,
exactly.
No, you've got Mega above that. Like Champion, Ultimate, Mega. It feels like there's a downgrade in terminology here.
Do Digicross decks exist anymore? Aces chew them up so hard. Right now, no, because BT19 that was supposed to be Cross Evolution was really
that was
Cross Tamer Evolution. They really meant to give. It was really supposed to be Tamer Evolution, but they said we can't name it another Tamer set, so we're gonna name it Cross Evolution and try to bait and switch them.
That's good. Shout X6 is kind of trash.
Let me look at it. Let me look at it again, just so I can know how trash it is.
And also, friendly reminder: not only is Aces just going to destroy cross decks, Medieval Gallant is a thing now.
Right. What is the new reveal?
Which means the first cross you play every turn is being delayed. What? That?
We got a new reveal for a Shoutmon I want to take a look at. I forget what it's called though.
Oh, we got the new Omni Shout.
I think it was an Omni Shout. Okay. Omni Shoutmon, which is
the new Omni Shout looks decent.
End of attack. You may play one. Like also reduced if you did delete this Digimon. On deletion, play one Digimon. It's a Crossfire, blue trait, or place one under Tamer, then save. Yeah, I mean, Medieval being around does really scuff these decks. I'm not going to hold you. But it's not so easy to get Medieval out in against a cross deck, you know? To get Medieval out, you would have to effectively... if they have no Digimon on board, you would have to suspend Medieval itself and something else, or 2 other Digimon. If they have one thing on board, you either have to suspend Medieval and that other Digimon, or another Digimon you have and the Medieval, So it's not like a huge. It's not a huge cuck, but it's
Or you
definitely a
just
very
hard
big.
Digivolve into it because you're playing Gallantmon. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, but that's the Gallantmon. That's the Gallantmon thing, right? Fun fact: new Shoutmon lets you get out of 3-cost Merva. Does it? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty nifty.
And you can play the Shoutmon for
Use levels so much easier. I do end up just referring to them as 4s, 5s, 6s, etc.
Yeah. The only ones I normally use is like Rookie and in trainings.
I do think the Shuma, so Sendrill's problem, in my opinion, is the lack, like Sendril 1 is a very good boss monster, but it has a very clear, it suffers from the same problem as Zafaga was suffering from prior to Medieval and Zafaga Ace. Its game plan was to play stuff out and attack with overclock, but it didn't have the consistency to do it just yet. And its pieces didn't really lend into its game plan as easy. I think the promo Shushumon is fantastic for the deck, and because it plays out a token that deletes itself at the end of either end of your turn or end of opponent. I think it's end of opponent's turn. But I think the idea of overclock is really cool, and I think it has a lot of room for building and making it better. But it's missing that piece. End of opponent's turn. Okay. I think that Shushumon is great. Good.
I'll be honest, there are 2 power levels when it comes to deck design in this card game. There is cards that are going to be used in the actual card game and cards that are going to be appearing in Liberators.
Yeah, that is a fact.
The fact that not a single card for any of the Liberators decks outside of one card, one Digi-Egg for Rock deck involves memory shenanigans.
I pinned your comment, Try, because that is the epitome of it is a fair deck in a game that isn't fair anymore. I will say that, the game isn't fair, and that's why I say it's not a problem. Like, sure, the game isn't fair, but that's because they're clearly designing. It's the Konami issue, right? They clearly are designing things to be in a certain way. It's not like things happened by accident. Some things did, and they were fixed, but the clear design idea in general was, like, for example, what's it called? Barbamon. Yeah, no, we're not going to make this good. And if you don't want to use Barbamon as an example, that's fine. Let's use Nature Spirits, who was the unfortunate first one of the field decks. Now it's scuffed because they're trying to put new cards out to help it, and it's just not there. It's a not fair strat.
Because, let's be honest, what is the strongest Liberator deck at the moment?
Right now, at this very moment, it's a.
Well,
I would probably say
release of BT20. Assuming the release of BT20. So what the guys are currently playing with right here, what would you say the strongest Liberator deck is?
I'm inclined to say Zafagamon, I'll be honest.
Not Royal Knights.
That's not a Liberator deck. That's an old
got Liberator
deck.
support.
It's an old deck enhanced with Liberator support. It is not a Liberator deck.
That's like saying Ice Snow isn't a Liberator deck. Because that's not a Liberator deck, that's just got Liberator support.
But it is, because you don't play any other. All the Ice Snow stuff is from Liberator.
But honestly, it's the fact that the strongest deck to get support out of Liberators is the deck that has received the fewest amount of support cards from Liberators.
Which deck, sorry?
Royal Knights. The strongest deck you could run with Liberator cards has received the fewest amount of Liberator support cards. And it's the strongest deck in Liberators because of it.
Tyranno is Liberator. I was going to say Dinomon would be the strongest deck, but considering BT20, both my copium and the way that I feel is that Zafagamon should be really good, but I would probably also say Dino. Yes, I think the only thing that keeps me from saying Dinomon definitively is the lack of a second Ryotaro. If they had a second Ryotaro, I would definitely say Dinomon, but I know that deck is really predicated upon seeing Ryotaro, like it's a very combo. I mean, every deck is combo, right? But it's you have to see something to allow you to digivolve and effectively get off your effects. So Ace doesn't solve Zafaga's issues regardless of how good the card is, but I can cope, Cliff. No, but I'm interested to get the card and see what I can work, because I haven't played it since before Medieval. So I'm curious to see how it plays with Medieval and Zafaga Ace. What are you going to say, Lucas?
It's the question of how does any of the current decks in Liberators handle hitting that last card in your opponent's security and suddenly having an Omnimon Ace come down and wipe their entire board?
I'm not saying that it's not a good deck. I'm just saying I don't count that as being a Liberator deck.
It's the deck someone in Liberator plays, and it's received Liberator support.
You have 1, 2, 3 cards that say Liberator traded. What's the fourth?
3 cards that say Liberator traded.
What's it called? Last Guardian. Just play Liberator. We have Cliff, I hate you. No, but when you say a Liberator deck, I'm thinking a deck that came out and it was introduced and it came out in Liberators. Like, to that extent, Galacticmon, it has just become adopted as a Liberator deck because it is a Digimon that was played by, what's his name? Zenith. There we go. I was thinking Owen for some reason. It was played by Zenith. So of course it's going to get a boatload of support, but does that make it inherently a Liberator deck? For me, it makes it's like a half brother. It's a half a Liberator deck, but it's not a full
I'll give you that.
Liberator deck.
It's just the fact that the strongest cards we've seen come out of Liberators, like the deck that's got the best support out of Liberators, the deck that's got the support out of Liberators.
Right. Mother Shoto is the best Liberator deck. Another half deck. But try, to your earlier point, you said, I don't understand why they made a comic to promote the game, released starter decks for newbies, then didn't make them strong enough to stand up to the current meta. Just that's what I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, when we say like I can't use Yu-Gi-Oh because you haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh, so it means you probably haven't watched Yu-Gi-Oh, but like,
I mean, let's be honest, in Magic, the commander decks that come out that are themed around the set in Magic are at a relatively high entry point and contain every single staple you will need to play in that format.
Right, exactly. And that's what I mean. Like, I agree with that point, is what I'm trying to say. And like, gosh.
So yeah, Mother Shoto was a mistake. Banned pair, please.
You can just tell, right? Let me just say that. You can just tell. Like, you can go play One Piece, and you can't necessarily pick up some decks and play straight off the back. I think it's gotten better. I think they have a newer one, or at least the time that I remember, they had this like one called Three Brothers with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. And I think that was playable out the deck. I also think that there was the Three Leaders one that was playable with some upgrades. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, I agree. We don't have anything like that right now that is...
BT12. BT12, you could buy 2 copies of the Beelzemon starter deck.
Yes, that was the last one. Yeah.
The X line, and the option that came with it. Slap those into a deck, and you have a meta contender deck.
A whole
right
fact.
There. Yeah.
And we didn't get an advanced deck. Did we? No, yeah, we did get an advanced deck last year, which was Terriermon. And we haven't gotten one this year yet, nor has there been an announcement for one. All we have is their starter decks 20 and 21, which honestly I have no hopes for those in the slightest bit. And yeah.
I mean, yes, I know Gino is currently playing with some of the Terriermon starter deck cards right now on screen, but barely any.
I would say Rapidex is probably a bad example, and a better example would be if EX6 was in better supply, the Cherubimon line. Because I think a Cherubimon deck has legs. It's just Cherubi Ace is so fucking expensive.
It's the fact that
Did the new adventure decks ever hit playable? What do you mean the new ones?
The deck that got the most support out of the Terriermon, got the most consistent support out of the Terriermon starter deck, was Machine Dramon with the Rapidmon.
All right, I'll be right back.
No problem. I mean, what was that? The SC21? Is that the ones that introduced the Wargreymon and Metal Garuru Ace? Yeah, those ones. I don't think outside of what, like, filling out your rookie spaces in your rookie spaces in Numa and Garuru, because Garuru wanted parts. But I think just mainly the rookies that got used.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, but ST21, they were talking about the new ones we've got.
Yeah, we won't know if those are playable until we get the rest of the reveals, though. I don't personally think they will be, but we'll see.
I mean,
Gobbleines playing Purple Sludge.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the cards from the starter decks that introduced aces.
Oh, JJR, you are right. You are right about that. We did. That was a good example. Purple Gobble was good. We never saw it over here.
Because it got hit way too quickly. I say way too quick. No, you got hit quickly enough. As well as, yeah, that was also the same time we got Anubis though. So yeah. I mean, the starter deck aces, that Garuru and Wargrey, did they ever really see play?
No.
That Wargrey never did.
Wargrey was trash.
And the fact that instead of giving us decent box toppers for BT13, was it? One of them, we got the alt arts of those aces instead of actual decent box toppers, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
BT11?
I hated that.
BT11. Like, we got the box toppers for those
scuffed
aces.
on those promos. They replaced our promos with the fucking aces. That was a travesty.
Why didn't we get promo? Why didn't we get trainings earlier or something? We got
not being able to buff itself is death for Melga Ace. I can't tell you how many times I swing a 12k ace into security thinking I'm gonna be okay, only to hit another 12k ace.
Yep.
I was just like, yeah, this card game hates me. Remember when they hit Guru X for being annoying and killing too fast? Yeah, I mean, Guru X is a busted card. Can you imagine how annoying Leviamon would be with it? And coming full circle, it's why you can never truly find the right balance between generic and archetypal, right? Because for what it's worth, that card was archetypal.
Fucking Guru engine.
That engine was you just say fuck it. I'll play the Gobble X. I'll play all the draw trash Gobblemons. I'll play the Guru X and all the draw trash Garurumons. I'll play this really good. I get to swing and trash a card and unsuspend and have Suedo jamming and then have an inheritable that lets me trash a card to the level 4 or lower level 5. And then I'm just going to Digivolve Leviamon on top. Oh, I get to play this other stuff too, so I'm good. Like, it's an engine that is way too easily abusable.
Wasn't it at the time we saw like 4 decks using it? We saw like Bellstar using it, Levia using it, Anubis using it. I forgot what the other one was we saw using it, just something. We just constantly saw all these different decks.
Anubismon didn't use it. Anubismon always used the Dark Engine.
And actual Melga itself, yeah.
Yeah.
Forget the actual tribal it's in.
Dark Animal engine type.
Yeah.
Leviamon needs a hit. That card is just too miserable. That's right. I forgot you guys are playing for fun. Sorry. Over here.
Just follow around Barney every.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna argue against Leviathan. I always thought that card from the time I saw Leviathan, I was like, bro, what the hell? That card is just bonkers.
Just
The deck is just dumb. I
delete,
can't.
delete. Is your
Yeah,
opponent playing the
just
game?
chop,
Yes,
chop,
delete
chop.
that stuff.
I can't argue
Leviathan
against
X,
that thought.
is your opponent playing the game some more, despite you saying to them, oi, stop it. Delete one of everything. Delete a Tamer, a 3, and if you bottom deck the option, delete a Tamer 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's all purple. Play the best engine in whatever mega you like. Can't go wrong with draw discard. No, that is very true. You can't go wrong with draw discard. In the same vein with blue, right? Like you could play just blue pile and get away with Galgamon, draw cards, add it to hand. Galmon, draw cards, add it to hand. Huangkun, do it again, recycle, pull it back in. There we go.
End of round, I think.
Yeah, Huangkun, pull it back in, recycle. Like, yeah, decks that are capable of drawing. So, full circle again. Decks that are drawing are good. Fast, right?
Yep.
Why I feel like Scramble should be banned, not hit, banned.
Yep.
But trainings, I'm 50-50 on trainings. If they got a restriction, I wouldn't hate it. If they stay, it's whatever. Boosts are necessary though. Memory boosts are necessary. Let me end this before I keep talking.
I mean, I'll be honest, trainings do way too much for, not trainings, scrambles do too much for 2 memory. They are, on the turn you play them, they are a flat memory discount. So therefore, you're playing 2 memory to digivolve for cost reduced by 3. So that's saving you 1 memory before you even get into the delay effect. You then, once you get into the delay effect, it's at worst, you're also getting a piece that you've maybe, it's something that they've hit in your security that you want in hand. It's a piece that you want to get out of your trash because you discarded it and they've cleared your stack or whatever. I mean,
Ray.
now you can't get rid of medieval gallant yet.
He said, not the fake Gallantmon.
You can't get rid of medieval gallant yet. I've got an absolute meme deck I want to build because it all revolves around the fact that the new Takato can give Megidramon's blocker and BT5 Megidramon.
Oh boy, that was funny.
But now, yeah, scrambles let you pay 2 memory to digivolve for get cost reduction on digivolve, play out a rookie for free, and get a piece out of trash.
All
That's
right, so we
not
got
2 memory.
We'll butt in. We got the early registration raffle going off here, and the winner is Coach. So Coach, you already know what you win.
Rigged.
And we hit 8 people, so we have our non-placing raffle. Who will be going in? It will be, we're removing JJR. It is Sean John, Ray, Jiro, JD.
Oh, Rez, I agree. There are way too many just generically good cards, like aces or just effects you can slap into blue
Ray,
at the moment.
Look at you. You come back. It's your first time back, and you win, son. Look at you. You're out here winning indirectly. You get yourself a $10 store credit to the DG Armory or a free TBL entry. So I better see your ass back in here. I don't want to hear,
No excuse
well,
now.
I was playing in my boys tournament. No. You got free entry. I'm not trying to hear it from you, huh? And you bring your friends too. And then you tell DCC that they should collab. No, I'll tell them no. Collab with us. All right, so congrats to Coach and Ray for winning those raffles. But yes, what was I talking about?
Things, stuff, scrambles,
generic
blue.
cards. Oh, yes. So it's not just a deck like Sakuyamon is just inherently made. It's just not meta. It can never be meta relevant
Too many moving
in its
parts.
current state. Right, way too many moving parts. It it needs the support in that deck needs to pull pieces and play pieces better. And also, for what it's worth, like that's the inherent nature of Digimon. I'm not saying we should ever have tutors, but if Sakuyamon had a tutor, like inherently better. That being said, you give one deck tutors, you give them all
Sakuyamon is one of the. Oh yeah, Sakuyamon,
yes,
not
like
Talmon Loop.
Yellow
Talmon Loop can go die in a fire.
Sakuyamon Loop. We're not talking about abusing. We're not talking about another archetyped generic engine.
Also,
being used
Talmon, Tau Loop, another reason why scrambles need to be banned.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Scrambles are. Listen. When story time. When I saw scrambles get unveiled, I remember in the group chat when people were like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "What? What? What do you mean? Oh, okay. This is a card that is giving you a discounted Digi-Evolution into your ultimate, a Digimon if your stack goes away, and a card back. Any card you want, right? Is it any Digimon card though, right?
It's any Digimon card of the color.
Any Digimon card. You lost a piece in that stack, all good, you got a scramble. You needed something different, like maybe a Crimson Mode Ace because you trashed it or is in security. All good, you can get it back. All of that for a 2-cost card. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean that card is
You want
bad?
your Medieval Gallant back?
Yeah, you want your Medieval Gallant back? Like that is
your...
so insane for 2 cost. I'm not even gonna lie. I just don't think you make that card cost more. I just don't think we needed a card like that in the game at all, frankly. I like the idea of a comeback mechanic. And I don't disagree with that aspect of the card, but like
there are too many. As much as yes, scrambles are useful for jank decks or weaker decks to be able to get their pieces back, the problem you have is just as well as they can get it back, everyone else can.
Blue pile feels like a real thing now with all the choices: Ace, Vike, Metal Cedra, Hex, BT15 Melga, Aegis. Bro, but I need the scrambles for my
slow
scuffed...
over here reading the YouTube comments.
I am very slow. I need the scrambles for my scuffed Magnamon security control. Tactical retreat security Magna that used the scrambles to play out the theme on. What the... I'm not gonna lie. That sounds kind of fun.
The two worst scrambles are purple and yellow.
So I'm not saying, like, I agree, like, that's what makes it crazy, right? The fact that like every color has access to that purple element in that recursion. And I thought he was talking to me.
Oh, and no, she's playing the sim over in the corner.
I was like, you trying to whisper in my ear?
She's currently playing Sakuyamon. And yeah,
great spectre. I agree. I think comeback cards are healthy. I don't know. I don't know what the balance is. I'm not a card game designer, so let me preface with that, right? I'm not saying this as this is how I want to make the card or blah blah blah. I'm just saying like scrambles are crazy, bro. Comeback cards are healthy. Yes, I agree. I like them for that aspect, but also at the same time, man, they're just so. I don't know how to put it. Dan has the same. We're on the same wavelength as this. I wish he was here because he'd probably be able to articulate the thoughts better. Card is just so
have with these
strong.
Comeback cards is the comeback cards. There are certain archetypes and certain decks that can lean into having access to these comeback cards as part of their generic game plan. Stuff like Talmon Loop abuses Yellow Scramble as not a comeback card but a part of its generic combo. You've also got the fact that there are certain colors in this card game where these aren't comeback cards. These are cards that are used for decks that interact with their trash so much or have pieces that they want to get back. The problem with Tau Loop, Tau Ace is not really the problem in Tau Loop. If they had no way to get those cards out of the trash, because it's the whole thing, a Tau Loop, if they see their scrambles and their ruin modes, if they only see one ruin mode, they can loop it with their scrambles. It allows basically completely different gameplay loops that, yes, while they are comeback mechanics, there are other comeback mechanics that exist in this game, whereas there are too many decks that are using scrambles as part of their standard gameplay loop and standard combo. They're not treating them as comeback mechanics, they're treating them as another tool, which allows them to use their graveyard as their trash as a second hand.
Can you loop without Tau Ace?
I mean, yeah.
Did someone resack a medieval on you and you got you mad? I don't know about me. No one is playing scrambles to get stuff back or play a free body. It's the memory cheating that enables them to basically get a second turn's worth of memory and hit level 6 for 3 memory. No. I have to heavily disagree with that. You are entirely playing scramble because, like, sure, yes, it does help you get there easier. A training boost does the same thing, though.
Yeah. Green plugin does the same thing.
A training boost, right? Green plugin does quite literally the same. Green plugin quite literally does the same thing. Just if you're not playing a green deck, you have to have a tamer in play, and for scramble, you don't need the tamer in play, right? But training boost does the same thing, as long as you basically have it set up the turn prior, and you're playing that card at 4, and you're playing scrambles at 2, right? That's typically how you would do it, right? Yes, I understand that scramble can be a time walk, but scrambles are quite literally, like, yes, I'm not disputing, let me put it this way, I'm not disputing the fact that, side note, my dude Rez is YouTube. Okay. Thank you for coming over to Twitch. Okay.
Yep.
I don't dispute the fact that, yes, you use it as a cost evolution on your way up. I'm not disputing that at all. But when you look at the scale of why you use a scramble, or let me put it in a better way, when you look at your deck and you're like, why am I going to play scramble? You're not playing scramble because, oh, I get to digivolve for 1 cheaper if I see this card. You are playing scramble so that when that stack is removed, you can still do things. You get that Digimon in play. You're pulling back some card, right? There are other decks that utilize them in other ways. Sure, for sure, I'm not disputing that as well. But scrambles are probably 70-30 being played for the the comeback factor compared to the cost evolution factor.
So yeah, try winning. I think it's the combination of both effects. It's the fact that it is a flat memory discount on your Digivolve with the ability to then recycle stuff from trash and or play out a rookie.
But we also
the combination of the 2 effects on that 1 card.
I also said that scrambles do so much for the memory. I listed 3 things it does for 2 cost memory, which is absolutely insane and bonkers. And for it doing those 3 things for 2 cost, it's just like, what the fuck? And even, that's why I said, I even doubt, like, if that card cost 4, because here's the cost consideration, right? If that card costs 3 to reduce the cost by 4, does that make it fairer? Not necessarily. If that card still costs 2, but then only reduced the cost by, I gotta think
2.
about the economy of it. Is it by 2?
Well, the basic scramble is costs 2 reduced by 3.
So you're paying 1 less, right? You're paying 1 less for Digivolution. So if it still costs 2 and it reduced Digivolution cost by 2, the added benefit is, okay, cool, I get to get the recursion on the stack. And then if it costs 3 to reduce by 4, it still has that 1 cost savings. But it doesn't feel like there's a middle line for what the scramble does to make those 3 effects fair on 1 card, right? That's what I'm saying. Dan, you're still on? Crazy. Hey, Dan, how do you feel about scrambles?
Yeah. I mean,
Scramble is kind of a Hammer Spark, and Hammer Spark saw play, and Hammer Spark was also limited to 1. Its security effectiveness was obviously better. It was comparable. It can be any that you want on that extension. It kind of makes the restricted cards even more sacky. That is definitely a fact. I just got home. I hope everything is well. I'll hit you up about that later. I think Hammer Spark is better because it costs nothing. Tomato. Ultimate Connection cost 1 for 2, you know? They help trash players be better. Oh, no. That's my boy.
I'll agree with that. I've seen the amount of times I've seen people like, you're running scrambles. Why are you running scrambles over trainings? Why are you running scrambles over members? Why specifically scrambles?
I will say, I said it over on YouTube. I'm a fan of banning cards, and I would totally ban scrambles and not limit them. I would not limit scrambles, but most cards nowadays, I would just say fuck that card, ban it rather than limit it, especially because they don't consider semi restrictions. So it's not like we'll ever see a card go to 2. There are cards that probably is better at 2 than being at 4, but you know, we're not Yu-Gi-Oh, so
yeah.
Leave scrambles alone. I'm just saying, if we're gonna talk, I'm not saying that, like, I don't care if scrambles don't get hit, right? I'm not out here advocating for scrambles need to be hit. But if we're gonna talk about, like, oh, cards should be banned and, you know, all the boosts should go, we try to slow down the game, etc. Scrambles is one of the biggest things that feed into that.
But let's look at it this way: a training costs 2, replaces itself for a card, and you're spending 2 memory now to use it next turn. A scramble is you're paying it now for 2 memory to digivolve for a cost reduced by 3, so you're saving 1 memory, and then with its delay effect is at worst replacing your draw with putting a card to top of deck and or playing out a rookie.
I can say one thing for sure. I hate scrambles, trainings, and boosts, the combination of them, for the one reason that whenever I build a deck, I build the deck and then I have about 6 to 7 slots left. And normally I would try to fit in some sort of archetypal option card or something. And scrambles, boosts, and trainings just make it so that I don't have space, because I need to fit my boost, and I need to fit my scrambles, and I need to fit my trainings. And that sucks. You know, like, if I want the deck to be competitively viable, that's what I have to consider. And I hate that.
But you have to think about, is it worth hurting my deck's consistency to run removal?
Yeah. Well, unless you're playing, like, you could just max out on trainings and not play boosts, which is fine, because at least your training can pick up your removal. JJR Bennis won with Red Purple Imperial. Also, Coach asked earlier, Daniel, when will you have last week's meta snapshot done? I didn't forget, Coach. I did see that come through. Here's my opinion on trainings versus scrambles. You can use scrambles over training for a 2-pronged reason. I think this sounds like Cool Boy all over again, personally. And look at Cool Boy now, still unbanned. I know that they're not going to be banned, right? I know that they're not going to be touched. I'm just, we're having a conversation here. I'm advocating
I think
for
I've won
all the
more
options.
games from my opponent playing. I've won more games from my opponent playing out 3-4 Cool Boys than I've lost games from my opponent playing out 3-4 Cool Boys.
Deck inherently has so much draw power. You need some encouragement to be consistent in your deck against 4 trainers. How much does removal even hit if it hits?
I mean,
what do you mean if it hits security? You mean like it being in security? Res, hold on. There you go. I like that. I like that. That's my new statement. My new mantra.
Yeah.
I'm copying this, and I'm gonna start saying this for the rest of the time. And every time I say this, I'm gonna be like, once upon a time, I was talking on Twitch, and my boy Rez came out here and he said some wise words to me. Resolute Hero, 2025. Power creep is a thing. Sometimes banning
Yeah.
isn't the answer, but slowly creeping the power.
Yeah.
Because you're never, ever, ever going to get away from power creep. And that, to the earlier argument about even BT9, there are so many factors that goes into power creep. Would this game still be alive today? Would you still, let's put it that way, would you still be playing this game if it was the same as it was early on, right? Me personally, I'm somebody who likes to see innovation. You can only innovate so much in certain ways before you just need to hit that level of power creep. And you don't know. It's not like, oh, like, it's not like you have like a a power creep scale and you're like, all right, let's dial it up to 100, right? Who the hell just swore? Oh, Anton, okay. You don't just take the power creep. I mean, I use this too. You don't take the power creep scale in front of you and you drag that shit, and now you're like, all right, we're at 70% power creep. Let's go design this set, right? This is not a game. That's not how it works. You think about things. You're like, how do we want these effects to be? And the game naturally progresses over time. Sure, you can think about certain effects like Magnum on X and think about how protection to that extent will impact the game. And you know, we're human. You can only have so much impact thinking about something before actually putting it to test, which is why playtesters are such a big thing, and why we should utilize more playtesters.
Well, it's very obvious that Bandai's playtesters don't playtest things outside of their tribes.
that is a topic for another day.
Yeah.
The scale of power creep power creep. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. The scale of power creep.
Oh, you're having difficulty talking. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning for me, and how are you the one having difficulty talking?
It's because I have to look at the computer for 8 hours, and I have kids, but it was the computer for 8 hours today. But yeah, no, power creep scale. It's just you can't always pull these things in, and number two,
there we go.
If the game, my biggest point, if the game was still at the same level, who would still be playing this game? Would this game sell? Right? What is going to make the game sell? Is another? I don't have an old card next to. Oh wait, no, I got old cards. Hold on, let me look through this pile real quick.
Old cards pulls out a BT9 card.
BT3 is probably a bad example, but here you go. BT3 Micro Gargomon. Suspend one of your opponent's Digimon. It doesn't unsuspend your opponent's next unsuspend phase. While your opponent has suspended Digimon, it gains Sec +1. Is a card like that? Are cards like that? Are cards on that same power level going to sell you? After a certain point, are you not just going to get tired of seeing the same thing? Are you going to see something different? Like, unfortunately, that's just the way the game progresses. And for some people, the answer is to just not play the game anymore, you know?
Yeah, I will agree with that. The power creep is it exists, but the question is, where's your personal stopping point of power creep? Every game is going to have power creep. Every game is going to have... Whereas there's only so many times you can reprint cards with the same tier of effect.
Rotation doesn't solve power creep. Rotation introduces a new set of problems.
Also, most of the time, every single card game that has rotation still has power creep. Because even if the power creep is not based on the cards currently in the game, it is based on pre-existing effects, as you want to show that these effects are shinier and more powerful to get people interested, to get them buying new sets. Because oh my god, that does that thing, but better.
As long as it doesn't hit Yu-Gi-Oh! Level or power creeps, we're good. Yes, agreed. The only deck I really hate right now is Purple Hybrid. Yeah.
Agreed.
Power creep is also a very nebulous term. My breakpoint is different. Is different to your breakpoint. Yes. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players have very different expectations and limits. Yes. To a lot of other TCG players. Yes. That's a whole fact. 100% agree with Barney. I mean, look at the game now, then BT9 and BT3. Can you imagine going back to BT3 gameplay? Nah, I can't. Too slow, not fun. Rez. So me and Dan were playing the Retro Rumble. Man. It was a different landscape, man. It was a different landscape. Players right now think they're fighting for their lives in matches, bro. Nah, you were fighting for your life back then. You just didn't know it. You just didn't know it, man. Digimon has been losing players
let's
quite
be
heavily.
honest.
I'll get to that one.
I like the format we're in because I remember playing during BT9 and just having one of the strong decks in BT9 being a deck that just built in breeding And then, oh, by the way,
So, try. Digimon's been losing players quite heavily, especially at power creep points. It peaked in popularity around BT8. Digimon came out during COVID.
Yeah.
Was very popular during COVID. And then every other motherfucker with an idea started coming out with card games, including Bandai. One Piece came out maybe a year and a half, 2 years later. Don't put an exact point on that. I don't remember. Digimon lost players due to power creep for sure, but every game loses players to power creep. Players switched from Yu-Gi-Oh to Digimon and subsequently might have switched back from Digimon to Yu-Gi-Oh. They also left for One Piece. They left for other games. They got older. You know, it's losing players, but to say it's losing players quite heavily, I feel like that's such an overstatement. Every game is losing players. If the game was losing players to such a detrimental point, especially when we're talking about power creep in this way, I feel like we'd be talking about a dying game, which we're not, right? That's just what I want to say on that. One Piece appearing in Wakanda
right,
being a big
you're allowed to hate
impact on
both.
Digimon.
I hate
There you
both.
go. There you go. If you want an off example, I've been hearing about a gacha game called Honkai Star Rail is experiencing real bad power creep right now. HP boss inflation every single patch. Needs you to pull that brand new character because they work with the new stuff. Oof. Over on YouTube.
Yeah, the Hoyoverse gacha games, they are entirely designed around both appealing to people that want shiny waifus, as well as the people that want that 5%, 10%, whatever percent increase on their DPS meters, thus meaning you can try and get both of those markets to spend just crazy amount of money on gacha pools, and then making them spend even more money to fully max out those characters. It's the worst parts of just card games and all that sort of, like, it's totally not gambling, guys, mentality.
Hey Ray, I also hated Melga. I did hate Melga more than Grandis. I was actually okay with Grandis in comparing to Melga. I hated Melga with the passion of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, Melga being good, be able to go, oh, by the way, swing, with jamming, unsuspend.
No, this is Digimon TCG Lucas. What is this, number 4? 3 or 4?
I think technically 3, maybe 4. I believe we've had 3 TCGs because we had, I think there was technically a 4th one that wasn't actually a TCG, it was a tie into a game.
And I know you were kind of saying that try as like kind of like hyperbole, but the last iteration of Digimon I think was back in the early 2000s. So like, you know, we're rocking it strong, you know.
Yeah, I was a bit young to be playing it back then.
Answer Latrack real quick on YouTube. What new Digimon you want to see in Digimon Story Time Stranger? The whole... It's not that I want to see new Digimon. I just want to see the Olympus 12. They've got so much unexplored lore that was teased for years. And it's so good that we're finally getting a game that is going to delve into the Iliad server. Because, man, has that done.
Yeah, we need Olympus 12 just to get some love, both in game form and in card game form. We also need, can we have some of the Digimon that have only appeared, more of the Digimon that have only appeared in New Century coming out in card game form, or just in any form in the West, please?
Yeah.
Like, there is, Digimon as a brand is so fragmented across multiple different regions, zones, games, like all this sort of stuff. They need to start homogenizing it so we can just go, right, most of the well-known popular Digimon are there in our products, so people that are go, oh, are you a fan of, up until recently, Huan Kunmon?
Yep.
Like, or like, okay, can we get some lore on why like Garurumon is DNAing with some of this other stuff, like this random stuff from New Century that just, can we have something appear in the game? In just other stuff. And yet instead we get what basically looks like what happened if you were to Impmon was to copy Magidremon's homework.
I would agree that Digimon's fragmentation is also its strength. I wish that Bandai realized that Digimon has a way bigger following than they realize. Like, I remember when Dan and I went to Los Angeles, we took an Uber, and the guy was like, "Oh, what are you guys here for?" And I was like, "Oh, we're here for a tournament." He's like, "Oh, a tournament for what?" I was like, "For Digimon." He was like, "Oh man, I don't play it. Like, I didn't even know they had a new card game, but when I was younger, like, we used to play." He was from Mexico, and he was like, "Yeah, we used to play it all the time." Latin America, bro, like, it's crazy. It is so understated. Like, we think we're big Digimon fans here. It is so understated as to how popular Digimon is a franchise in Latin America as a whole. Like, oh my goodness.
The only Eastern franchise that's more popular than Digimon in Latin America, I think, is Dragon Ball.
Probably.
I think it's.
I wouldn't know.
Digimon and Dragon Ball is like.
New Century has all the lore. We just didn't have it worldwide, unfortunately. What did I just say?
I point you to the rather controversial tier list that still has that entire section.
Oh, I gotta look through those other comments. Those should be funny.
Untranslated, or, well, technically it's got a fan translation. All this sort of stuff.
Even a certain YouTuber is surprised about
I feel like
Papa Meat. Never heard of him.
I feel like any of the VTuber card games, I feel like creating a card game attached to real life, well, the real life personalities that, yes, people are playing them on screen, but I feel like you're going to be asking for there to be trouble if certain things happens, like drama, graduations, all this sort of stuff. We've had problems in multiple different agencies of people having to suddenly leave those agencies due to either in front of the scenes or behind the scenes drama from Hololive, VShojo, as well as other VTuber agencies, just because of shenanigans. I feel like those card games are destined to be tied to that drama, which means the drama around them will affect sales of that card game.
Coach, there is no fucking way I'm getting into any waifu-based card game. You got me fucked up. Fucked up in 10,000 different ways. No, never.
Shy Lily, that's like the most
basic VTuber. I did that when I played Vanguard. All right, I'm past those days. Okay, I still have a few Vanguard decks, and we call it a day. My waifu, Night Rose. That's it. Nobody else. Also, we call it a day.
How many different waifu like card games have we got now? You've got Weiss Schwartz, you've got Union Arena, you've got Hololive, you've got V Card or whatever it's called nowadays.
Wixos is decently popular.
Like,
I like Big Mommy Thegs, but her promos were too expensive for me to pick up, so
Vanny,
no.
we know what sort of card you like. I've been tempted to make a fucking cut of every time you say Lilith Mummy or Mummy.
Lilith Mummy. Now Lukier, I
Yeah.
do like Lukier. Funny enough, Lukier was one of my first competitive decks that I played because I was unfortunately a big Bermuda Triangle fan. If you know, you know. That's I'm gonna just leave that shit right at that. But my friend, he sold me a Silverthorns deck, and I played that for a bit, and I was like, okay, yeah, I like this deck. I like what it does. So yeah, Lukier's up there, but no. Night Rose first and foremost, because, I mean, mommy. you know what I mean?
So I could never get into the V Card or whatever card game it is, because it's just weird seeing a friend of mine have his VTuber avatar as a signed, super, Ghost Rare his assigned version of his card as a card. It's just so weird.
Trick question, every game is a waifu game if you try hard enough. That's a fact. Cracking into Varney lore, if you know, you know. As long as you don't have the Pacifica body pillow, absolutely not. Pacifica was the one deck I refused to play. I was a Riviere stan, okay? Night Rose's Bay, that's a fact.
Of course, you're a Snuffy fan, Coke. How am I not surprised, Mister? I use raccoons for everything.
Oh no, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Another issue Digimon is facing, the prices going up. Digimon did well as the budget game and it's losing that identity. Yeah, I mean,
Digimon was never the budget game. Pokemon was always cheaper.
yeah, that I will say that in comparing the two games, I mean, Pokemon was definitely the easier game to play competitively, for sure, because of rotation, which is why, one of the many reasons why I don't care for rotation. I'm more of a Coral fan for Bermuda. Coral's pretty cool. Oh. What was I gonna say?
I mean,
good.
So I was gonna say, like, every card game has waifus. It has collectors. Look at the fact that a majority of the secret rare tamers we have seen in this card game have either been waifus or Digimon Adventure 01.
Is Pokemon? Yeah. What expensive cards are we talking about in Pokemon? I'm legitimately curious, and I'm saying that because 200. I'm saying that because. Go ahead.
I could claim that because I literally, when Beelzebub, again, at that point, I completely disagree with that. We're not talking about max rarity. We're talking about entry level. Because at that point, I could say I went out and bought 2 copies of the Beelzebub starter deck at release, and that starter deck has an effective value of £200 because I bought 2 copies of that starter deck, and the second one I opened had the Ghost Rare Beelzebub in.
Let me say this. Okay, so that's all right. So I'm just gonna say it frankly for what it is. That's a shit argument. That yes, Pokemon is scalper central, and that's the reputation it had. That is Pokemon as the collector's game. But if you really cared about TCGs, if you really wanted to play a TCG competitively, you would know that Pokemon is extremely cheap to play. Because, right, let's put it this way. You're into competitive gaming. Let me paint the picture. You're in a competitive gaming. You're going to go to your local game shop. Your local game shop, you're going to find people there playing Pokemon. You're definitely going to find people there playing Pokemon because Pokemon's such a big game, right? Those people are going to tell you, yo, that product, don't buy that product for what it is. It's not worth it. You want to play, you want to stay cheap, you go buy singles. Here's what we have that we can give you. You can buy the rest off a TCG Player or whatever other site, eBay, all the way back whenever. I know that because when I was getting into Pokemon, I never played it physically, but I bought a lot of Pokemon cards for some very ungodly reason. And when I looked at the value of all the cards that I was playing, I was like, man, these cards ain't worth shit. And when you look at it, when you go look at your prices of competitive decks, you can get competitive decks for $30 or less because of rotation, which is a good thing for Pokemon. Not a good thing for every game, but it's a good thing for Pokemon because Pokemon is a game that, I mean, the entire sealed market is completely driven by collectors, scalpers, yes,
and wannabe YouTubers.
Those collectors are the ones that are buying that scalped product, and yes, the wannabe YouTubers. Players buying product is always the worst investment anybody can make into a card game. So the fact that, saying that, Digimon, I will say that yes, Digimon is getting more expensive because Gallant X being the example, you're spending $200 for a playset of Gallant X. You're probably spending $300 for a Gallantmon deck whole. You're probably spending what's another a little bit more of a budget deck would probably be Purple Hybrid. Sub 100, I would say. I think Duskmons are around $10 a pop. It's probably a little bit less than 100. You can probably get it for like 70 or something. I don't know. Of course, I'm talking US prices here. That being said,
price is very based on region.
In Pokemon, it was Palkia, the best deck in the format at the time that I was playing, $30. Mew VMAX, 40, 50. Darkrai was trash and more expensive. Like that's duality. Darkrai, Lost World, Lost Zone. There we go. That deck was more expensive for some reason, and it was not as good as Palkia or Mew. right? So Pokemon competitively, if you actually care to play competitively, is the very cheap game. Pokemon casually is even cheaper because you don't give a fuck. You're playing whatever Pokemon you like. Gym Leader Challenge, a big thing that came up because of Tricky Gym. And you damn sure didn't need any expensive cards for that, right? Pokemon as a sealed game, yes, very expensive. But if you actually play, you just stay away from the sealed product and you buy the singles, man. Buy the singles. And the same goes for Digimon to a certain extent. I do acknowledge that, yes, certain cards are definitely getting more expensive. We have a promo problem. Hopefully that gets better with unification. We have a supply problem that hopefully gets better as stores realize. I think one thing people don't realize enough about supply problems is a lot of stores ordered less because of RB1, my store being one of those stores. And so they start, like, all of their future orders were then halved, and those don't take effect for 6 months. I think we're at this point, we're like a year removed, a year and a half, not even a year and a half removed from RB1. So we're just starting to see some of the ramifications of like the getting past that period. But it's tough because now we're heading into this entirely new period where the game is unifying. So it's like there's even more unknowns as a game store, right? And if you don't have a scene, there's a lot of factors. All right, let me catch up on chat because I know I missed a fuck ton. Arena's expensive because it has VMod on it. yeah. I remember on podcast, and I'm gonna yell at Mike and Dan every day for this. I said Rena was expensive because she was a girl. They were like, "Yo, what are you talking about? Rena's expensive because she's a 4-up tamer in her deck." I'm like, she's expensive because she's a girl. And look at how much that card still is.
Now look at, if you want to say, oh, it's totally not expensive because it's a girl or whatever, I'm just gonna point at EX6 Match Day. There is no reason for EX6 Match Day to be as expensive as it is.
You'll see people playing Pokemon, but compare the cards. Digimon is mostly 25 plus. A lot of Pokemon is kids. Yeah, of course, because Digimon as a whole, Bandai has, ever since Bandai does no marketing towards kids. All right, let's get that straight. There is no marketing. But sorry, let me rephrase that. Bandai doesn't do marketing. What is marketing? Do they market? Do they advertise? No, they don't. That's the problem. You can erase everything else. Bandai just doesn't market. So of course, the only people who play Digimon are 25 plus. EX6 was the best set to buy. Bang for your buck. If you could get your hands on a set while y'all still on, turn off the stream. I'm trying to go, but these people keep talking, man, and I'm inclined to respond. Right. Pokemon is dirt cheap. Look at the most recent League Battle deck. I love the League Battle decks. I think those are such a fantastic idea, and I wish Bandai did that. That's how I got my Mew VMAX deck. We know this as experience plays, but if you're new to TCGs and you want to see the reputation, Digimon is seen as very affordable. Yes, but okay, so if you're new to TCGs and you see the reputation, where are you seeing this reputation? Are you reading about this reputation? Who is talking about this reputation? Are you talking to the right people? Are you heading into your local game store? Or are you hearing from people online? And are those people telling you that Digimon is cheap? Or are they telling you, okay, Digimon is a little bit expensive. Why don't you try out this other game that is also cheap, in being Pokemon? But yes, I do know that Digimon being cheap was always discussed. In most general sense, you are not going after high-priced stuff. Competitor deck should be 150. 150 is high for a Pokemon deck. Literally going off Limitless in their top decks. Reggie Draco deck, less than 30. Yep. It's too affordable. That deck is expensive. Crapstorm, the RB1, that's a fact. I have to trade away my Shadramons in order to get my hands on the Gallimon stuff. Is very rough. Oh no, Ray. Oh no, Ray.
I mean, the other problem we've got is Digimon would be a better, more easily accessible card game if it was owned and organized by any other company.
Supply problem is twofold. Bandai needs to axe some of the dying games who's playing like DPS Masters to pretty much kill the game of Fusion World, and then since axing BSS means more printed time for other games, I need to axe UA too. They won't axe UA, and that's because UA sells. UA sells.
UA sell not based on... UA is one of those things where it's all collected.
UA will just sell, and they won't. That game is not getting axed, even if that game has no. Well, first of all, it's not going to have any competitive gameplay. It'll at most have like a few like semi-competitive events, but no, that game will sell because IPs sell.
Yeah.
The other problem is distributors in Canada. We only have one distro. You only have one distro in Canada?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't EX6 shorted on prints? I don't know. I mean, I don't know any of the story. I will say that EX6 came very soon after. It was still in that release ordering period because we only got 4 boxes of EX6 at our shop. I know, and he had only ordered a case. And so the big thing, I don't know, when we talk about short prints, right? Unless you know like how much is actually being printed at factory, I don't think you can truly say whether a set was short printed or not. That being said, what's the bigger consideration is how much of that set is not being sold to the stores as they should be, and perhaps being taken by the distro and opened and cards sold from the case, or distributed otherwise. I think that's the bigger topic.
I mean, that sort of thing has been happening in TCGs forever. There are stories all over the place of distros basically turning around to people and going, if you pay a higher price per unit, I'll send it to you instead of this other person, or it just going like backhand deals and quid pro quos and all that sort of stuff. It's happened with Magic. It's happened with everything.
So Bandai does market towards kids. That's what the TV series are for. They do the same strategy for all their stuff. TV series for kids, movies for adult fans. Heavy disagree.
What TV series?
I was just gonna say that. Where's the Digimon TV series? Gundam clearly isn't really marketed towards children, right? Like, let's be realistic. The themes that it talks about. Look at Iron-Blooded Orphans. That's really not a children's. It's an anime, but it's not a children's anime. That is definitely something for older teenagers and honestly just young adults in general. Like in Japan, that's probably considered a seinen, because that's some pretty heavy topics. I don't know what other franchises they own off the top of my head, but that's taking what I said a little bit too literally. When I say Bandai doesn't do marketing, I really mean it in the truest sense of you go anywhere and you can pretty much get into Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh! Easy, right? That's because people are there playing the games. The game store owners know about it. Pokemon has an entire program dedicated. It's the Professor Program. The Professor Program, you not only have to be knowledgeable about the game for rulings, but you're basically required for building your store's community. You are the point person for the store, right? I don't know anything about Magic, so I won't comment on that, but obviously Magic's been around for years, so we don't need to comment on it. And for Yu-Gi-Oh, all of their marketing was did when in the fucking early 2000s and the early 2010s. And the game is still strong because we as 25, 30, 35, 40-year-olds are still playing the game. And kids still happen to go and watch, what is it? I think it's Vrains is the newest one?
No, Vrains is not the newest one. We've got Vrains, but it's more you've got Rush and whatever the current...
Rush, Speed Duel. They've got Master Duel.
Is also,
Sevens,
I think...
yes. And they've got
other... My pocket weave is feeding me answers here.
They've got other like Pokemon, or sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they have Master Duel and they have Duel Links, I think, still. Or
I wish we had Rush released in the West. I would play that in a heartbeat over standard Yu-Gi-Oh!
So like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Konami does their marketing, right? And Magic, or sorry, Wizards, well, Wizards. And
Wizards does their marketing, but yeah, Pokemon.
They have an anime that serves the entire franchise. You don't need a card game specific anime because Pokemon does it on its own, right? But Bandai, our newest anime was Ghost Game, which was 3 years ago, I think. And then they said, failure. We haven't given us another one since. And that's not even aimed at adults. That's aimed at fucking children, you know?
I mean, isn't the current pricing for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like an air fryer or a Nintendo Switch with like fucking Legacy of the Duelist on? Good game,
probably
but
the air fryer.
Yeah.
Bandai is a huge put off for me. I love Gundam, but don't want to deal with Bandai's bullshit. Hey, listen, I totally get it.
Completely agree.
I'm not even gonna dispute that.
Bandai is the problem with Digimon.
No, that Bandai's the problem with a lot of their franchises. Mike speaks to Gundam, specifically the Gunpla side of things. Cat's Cap, if he was here, he'd say the same thing. Bandai does regularly drop the ball with Gunpla. Like, they're just for as successful as that business is, sometimes you gotta wonder why.
The fact it's taking them this long to release new amplified figures for Digimon, the fact that the amplified figurized figures for Digimon are probably some of the best, like, not like Digimon merch out there, he says, because I will now be, because I do own quite a few of them, like your boy, the best guy. Like, I own, these are, in my opinion, some of...
Sorry, Cliff, you had me sitting here like, what the fuck are you talking about? I got you, okay. Just hit me up, I got you. Sorry. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah. Like, the fact that in the last, like, 2 years, we've had... Ghost Game was not better than Frontier Data Squad or Cross Wars. Cross Wars... What are you smoking, and can I have some, please?
Can we agree,
Like,
P Bandai? We can just agree that Bandai period is if you substitute the P for just Bandai, yes, Bandai is terrible.
Fuck Premium Bandai as someone in the UK.
Oh, I do remember that, yes.
Like, hang on, these guys. Yeah. This guy is currently on
Barney just a hater? No.
I'm going to put this guy back on his shelf with his face-off versus Beelzemon. So I've got both. I've got the stands, and I've got Galantmon fighting Beelzemon over on the girlfriend's PC over there.
Verve, no way. See, that's what we just bitched about an LGS who took beta kits for Gundam and sold them instead of doing the fucking event like they should have on the Gundam podcast. Stealing promos and selling them, and by the time they reprinted Power Grip, bro, that's fighting territory. That's fighting territory.
At least Frontier and Cross had a plot. The only reason most people like Ghost Game is because they like the idea of what they think the show should have been.
Like I said,
in their head.
Like Coach said, Gamamon, that's my rat. I hate Gamamon.
Yes,
Digimon media is quite bad.
I am a firm believer that all Digimon anime is mid as fuck.
Yeah, no, but no, you're not. You are not wrong.
Like, yes, I can say that I am a fan of the series. The animes are mid at best compared to other animes.
I am like you said, I'm a fan of the potential. I'm a fan of the idea. I'm a fan of everything that Digimon can be. But the actual animes that we've had up until now.
Also, the fact the only way to get this, yeah.
You say that with Tamers being a thing.
Yes, Tamers is still. I mean,
Tamers was
maybe the best season of Digimon. It's still mid.
It had the same tropes. You know, it was the same formula.
Do we need 3 episodes across the first half of the season, which is Rika learning to trust people and not go off on her own again?
Bro, Varney.
Oh yeah, but in the original Japanese dub, Rika changes how she speaks to the rest of the guys by going from extremely formal to neutral to friendly Japanese.
Rez,
yeah, it's still a shit arc.
Rez, let me tell you something. After if you haven't, I don't know if you've listened to our Gundam podcast yet. So if you haven't, let me tell you what happened to Mike. Mike signed up for 2 separate events in Virginia, about an hour away from him. Both stores were an hour away from him and probably from each other. He signed up, lottery successful. He was good. The applications didn't say anything about how he should come into the store to register, blah, 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 nothing along those lines. He went into the stores. The first store told him, we sold your spot to the first 8 people that showed up. He was like, what the fuck was the purpose of the TCG Plus registration? And they were like, no, we don't do that. The second store, he then called and they basically told him the same thing, which is insane because as a store, you can quite literally go onto the app, and put that you are not going to do the TCG Plus application method, that you are going to do in-store registration. So why did these stores fuck him over like that? I told him he needs to name and shame, because I told him that shit is fucking ridiculous. And I'll tell you the same shit. Any store that engages in any sort of fuckery surrounding these beta kits, or anything in general, but especially these beta kits, need to be fucking booted, because they are one of the first offenders in a game that is so heavily hyped, where people are looking to play and people can't get their hands on kits. They are the first offenders. They are the person that it's like when your dad does some shit to you and you're like, bro, I thought you're supposed to be the one to protect me. Like, why is this? Well, you don't need them in your life. Get them out of here. Report them. We don't need them.
Also, yeah, let's not talk about O2 the beginning, because that film does literally nothing.
English dub of O2 is on par with Ghost Stories. Yo, that's foul. I'm not disagreeing. That's foul. Let's make O2.
I think the funniest thing I saw at one of my LGSs was they opened just after they opened, then COVID hit. So they were struggling all the time, but they're not as bad as that. Jesus. I mean, no, the main problem I have with O2 is it does nothing. Due to the fact that everything that appears in both Last Evolution, Kuzenhard, Try, and O2 the Beginning still points towards the time skip stuff at the end of O2 being canon. The fact that they lose their Digivices and all this sort of stuff doesn't work, because we see in the time skip Ken with both a Wormmon and a Stingmon, which means the Digivices, either they get their Digivices back, or the Digivices that Izzy has made as substitutes work as perfectly good Digivices.
Hey, what region are you from, UK man?
Oh, me? Hampshire. I'm the South.
Good.
And then you also get the fact that Last Evolution Kuzenhard doesn't work because we've had other supplementary material that they're still pointing as being canon that shows that they can still digivolve. Because we've got the fact that Matt and Gabumon, when they travel to Mars, Gabumon is recorded as digivolving on Mars. Thus meaning this being their last digivolve doesn't work either. I could go on for hours about this stuff.
I'm not repeating that.
Yep.
TLDR.
Yeah.
we could go on for hours. I tell Dan we should start a Digimon talk show. We can call it Talk Digimon. Not a podcast. Podcasts are nice, but podcast doesn't let us interact with you guys like this. Maybe we should switch TBL Wednesdays to
Digimon yapping.
What? Hold on, I gotta think of some good fucking DigiChat. There we go. Yeah, the DigiChats. Okay. Wednesday DigiChats or some shit. Digi-yapping. Ooh, Digi-yapping. Digi-yapping. Talking shit about Bandai Cast, some Digimon included. Exactly. Oh, Digi-yapping. Digi-yapping, starring Dan Varney and co-host. That's gonna be the new talk show. Just you wait. You guys think I'm joking. Just wait till one of these Wednesdays I say, sorry guys, no TBL on Wednesdays anymore, but tune in tonight at 7 p.m. for the first episode of our talk show, Digi-yapping.
And trust me, this is why I mainly pick an editor role. Is I know if I was on the podcast, every podcast would be 4 hours long.
Bro, it gets so hard sometimes. And I mean, shit, we're probably 50-ish minutes past tourney end. Now it's just talking random fucking bullshit.
Keep going.
Yeah. All right. We'll call it a night there. Go to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I got work to do. Lucas needs to go to sleep. No, as a matter of fact, you got a podcast to edit, sir.
I've got an energy drink.
Yeah,
When you
he's
actually
got a
finally told me
podcast
that
to
you
edit.
actually recorded and
know,
uploaded the podcast.
I fucking forgot. I was like, shit. I wanted to tell him on fucking Tuesday, but I forgot. The reverse slavery was great. I need to sleep anyways, way past bedtime. Thanks for streaming, guys. To try, thanks for stopping in and talking with us. 4 hours of how much you love Ukomon, that bug-eyed freak. Hey, I don't call him a bug-eyed freak.
Everything he stands
Ukomon was just a boy who wanted to be loved, okay?
Which is why he killed and mind-controlled children.
Energy drink sponsorship when? I could get one, but do I actually want to? No.
No. I'm just drinking this because I'm just trying to stay awake.
Varney, partly why I think Bandai mishandles Digimon is they don't understand the popularity outside Japan, plus the whole cultural approach to Japanese country. Yeah, no. Rez, so
Bandai doesn't
working for
understand
Nintendo,
anything outside of Japan.
Literally that. They don't understand anything outside Japan, and it's so infuriating because they hold 2 IPs that I love, which is Gundam and Digimon. And it sucks because, like, if I don't play, like, in terms of playing card games, if I leave, like, what else do I play? Like, I guess I play Elestrals, but, like, it doesn't have the same nostalgia. Like, I would play Elestrals to scratch the itch because it's a cool card game with mechanics and such. Grand Archive, same thing. But like,
Electros to me feels like the worst parts of Yu-Gi-Oh and the worst parts of Pokemon.
That's a topic for another day because I am interested to hear that. But nothing has. I don't have this attachment to anything but Digimon, unfortunately. Like, I always loved Digimon, and when I found out they had a card game, I was like, oh, hell yeah. Well, no, let me rephrase. I wasn't going to get into it because I was playing Card Fight at the time, which I was very heavily invested in. And then one day I said, fuck it, I'm gonna try it. And then I got heavily invested. But it does suck because they really don't understand. And you're right, they're an old Japanese company, like old fashioned, and they will never understand. Like, they will forever mistreat the franchise. I just don't think that, like, we're just forever going to be floundering in water with the scraps, essentially, you know?
Oh, there was. I might as well say it while I'm actually on to know how I found the Digimon card game is me and the girlfriend both played Pokemon or knew how to play it, both played Yu-Gi-Oh, all this sort of stuff. Walked into an LGS, went, oh, cool. There's Digimon's got a card game. This was like, bought 2 structure decks, took it home, sat down against each other, played it, went, this seems fun. This was, what else is in the card game? Type. Oh, there's a Gallantmon structure deck. That's me sold. And there's a Mastamon starter deck. That's her sold. And we started playing properly at end of BT8, start of EX2, which of course, Tamers is both of our favorite seasons of the anime. So, Sakuyamon and Gallantmon.
She
been playing
busted your
Jank ever
ass,
since.
didn't she? LOL.
I mean, she's. I can't say much. She's in earshot.
He didn't set her face down in defense position. We can say that for certain.
Yeah.
And the art, I will die on the hill that Digimon has the best art in any card game. Digimon.
God, yes.
I don't know if I'd say that Digimon art is slipping. I don't think I would agree with that, but I would definitely agree that they have, like, playing what's it called? Card Fight. Card Fight art. I mean, it's an anime, right? So you're always gonna have anime art. And that was nice. But like, I don't think I ever really looked at a Card Fight card and was like, damn. Maybe like an odd one here and there, but Digimon regularly, I'm just like, damn. And One Piece does have some cards that I look at, and I'm not like, there's only a hand select few that I'm like, damn. There are other ones I'm like, oh, that's nice art for sure. I think Gundam could. I don't think it'll replace Digimon because, I mean, you can only draw robots differently in so many ways.
I mean, the fact that most of the Digimon artists that
are Gundam artists,
the ones that create all the popular art are Gundam artists.
That's a whole fact. Angemon's spine. I hope they do.
I mean,
Bro, the guest artist, like, what's her name from Promised Neverland? That was insane. That was such an insane card. I love the idea of that, and I agree with Akaroon. The One Piece art that got me looking damn is probably the Robin A's. I don't think I've seen any of them, but the One Piece art I really do like. I like Gold Roger. His base art is so good looking. And then Whitebeard has a cool alt for his 7-drop. I think it's an SP. That's just a couple off the top of my head. Now Chika Morishita is the guy that does box art. Oh, he does box art.
He does the box art for all the Gunplers. He's also done stuff like the EX7 alt art, I believe, the Shatamon X7 alt art, and all this sort of stuff.
I can see it now. I can see it.
Yeah, his art is some of my favorite alt arts in this game are done by him.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, we're getting off.
Yeah. Sorry,
that is it for the numbers on Digi. What was it? Digi yapping.
Digi yapping.
We'll catch you. Digi later. Oh, the music probably stopped too. Oh no, it's still playing.
Who knows? I'll be on the podcast next.
Don't play around.
I mean, I'm welcome if you want it.